Chapter 25:14. After receiving the position of commander of the Immortal slaying platform, Zhou Tianjun happily brought Yang Qin back to the Heavenly Lord residence. Then the whole family set off. Zhou Tianjun and Madame Heavenly Lord brought Yang Qin, Zhou Xianying, and the other 4 women to the Heavenly Court's most famous merit market. Yang Qin and the others were new here, so there must be a lot of useful things to exchange. Yang Qin was very satisfied, so was Zhou Tianjun. The official on duty in the Ministry of Personnel was also very satisfied. This was because Yang Qin was very filial and gave him a few barrier-dispelling pills that Yang Qin had personally refined. When she saw the merit value on Yang Qin's merit ring, the eyes of the Madam of the Heavenly Lord stared directly like a copper bell, and her mouth directly uttered a scream. The executioner of the Immortal slaying platform, the official in charge of receiving Yang Qin, couldn't help but feel a subconscious rejection. It was as if interacting with such a low-level servant would lower his character. If Yang Qin hadn't been personally brought here by Zhou Tianjun, the official on duty wouldn't have paid any attention to Yang Qin. Didn't the higher-ups arrange a new position for Yang Qin? Zhou Tianjun smiled as he watched the official on duty finish all this. As for the previous commander, he didn't even know that Yang Qin had left the Immortal slaying platform. What right did he have to be a commander? When Yang Qin's news reached the higher-ups, he was stripped of his commander title. However, when the official from the Ministry of Rights picked up the name list and started to check on Yang Qin, he suddenly realized that Yang Qin's new position had already been arranged. Furthermore, it was personally arranged by one of the 6 assistant ministers. This seemed a little interesting. However, to Yang Qin, this so-called salary really didn't mean much. The salary of the Heavenly Court was directly the merit, which was directly transferred from the Heavenly Court to Yang Qin's merit ring. It was not a large amount, but it was not a small amount either. There were at least 10 million merit points. However, such a small amount of merit points was nothing to Yang Qin. Yang Qin was very famous in the spirit realm. Almost everyone knew about him. However, in the immortal realm, only a few people who paid attention to him knew about him. Most cultivators did not know about Yang Qin. Even in the Ministry of Personnel, if it weren't for Yang Qin's special status as the executioner of the Immortal slaying platform, the officials of the Ministry of Personnel probably wouldn't even know that there was such a cultivator in the Heavenly Court. It was perfectly normal for him to get the salary he deserved from the Heavenly Court, and no one could say anything strange about it. Heavenly Lord Zhou personally brought the son-in-law he had just approved to the Ministry of Appointments of the Heavenly Court to work for Yang Qin. Which one of the wily old foxes in the Ministry of Personnel wasn't a smart person? Seeing this, the smile on his face became even more cordial, and his tone became much more polite. Even Heavenly Lord Zhou was surprised by Yang Qin's change from arrogance to humility. The officials on duty in the Ministry of Personnel immediately looked gloomy. Every radish in the Heavenly Court had its own pit now. How could there be extra pits for a new radish like Yang Qin? Moreover, Yang Qin was only a golden immortal. There were many infinite tribulation true immortals waiting in line for the Heavenly Court to make arrangements for them. How could a junior like Yang Qin dare to ask such a question? Yang Qin's new position was handled as quickly as possible, and the grade of his merit ring was directly changed. Originally, Yang Qin was the executioner of the Immortal slaying platform, but now he was the commander of the entire Immortal slaying platform. In other words, from selecting the executioner to managing the group of heavenly soldiers guarding the entrance of the Immortal slaying platform, it was all Yang Qin's responsibility. Yang Qin, if you don't have enough merit points, just take them from me. Madam of Heavenly Lord Zhou kindly paid for all the expenses of Yang Qin's family and asked them to look around to see if there was anything they wanted. Of course, Madam of Heavenly Lord Zhou had enough face. Not only did she let this reluctant official see Yang Qin with a smile on his face, but she also gave Yang Qin a salary according to the number of years Yang Qin had served on the Immortal slaying platform. Not only that, She also took the initiative to pay Yang Qin interest according to the number of years Yang Qin had served on the Immortal slaying platform. Since it was Heavenly Lord Zhou's face, the official of the Ministry of Personnel gave Heavenly Lord Zhou face and began to take out the name list of the officials of the Heavenly Court, trying to squeeze out a place for Yang Qin. Many innumerable tribulation true immortals queuing up in the Ministry of Personnel were surprised to see the official on duty send Heavenly Lord Zhou and Yang Qin out of the door with an apologetic smile, and did not forget to say a very melodramatic farewell. The main person who was sending them off was a junior golden immortal, which made many people's jaws drop. "Auntie, I still have some merit points." Yang Qin hurriedly refused. What a joke! It was not kind of him to spend his mother-in-law's money as soon as he arrived. As he spoke, Yang Qin took out his merit ring and pointed at the number on it for Madam of Heavenly Lord to see. Whether the effect Yang Qin said was true or not, the fact that he followed Heavenly Lord Zhou here and did not forget to show filial piety showed that this junior was worthy of training and was a talent. Judging from Heavenly Lord Zhou's words, he did not know about this arrangement. Otherwise, he would not have used his face to urge this matter. But how could Yang Qin, this little guy, make such a big figure personally arrange a new direction for him? But it was not Yang Qin who asked this question, but Heavenly Lord Zhou. Heavenly Lord Zhou, one of the four marshals, was not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, the whole capital of the Heavenly Court was saying that Heavenly Lord Zhou's daughter had ascended from the spiritual realm and brought back a son-in-law. If he guessed correctly, this Yang Qin should be Heavenly Lord Zhou's son-in-law. You have a position in the Heavenly Court, but you haven't done it for many years. Since you've ascended to the immortal realm, you should get your salary back, no matter what. Heavenly Lord Zhou quite approved of this son-in-law of his, so he tried to fight for benefits for Yang Qin in all aspects. Yang Qin finally returned to Heavenly Lord Zhou's mansion. During these months, no one in the mansion, including Heavenly Lord Zhou, asked what Yang Qin did when he went out. At least, Heavenly Lord Zhou had vaguely discovered that Yang Qin had undergone some good changes. Although his cultivation did not increase, his strength had increased a lot. This must be the change after Yang Qin went out, so there was nothing to be curious about. This was in line with Yang Qin's previous duties as an executioner. Even the most dissatisfied cultivators had to admit that Yang Qin was definitely qualified to be the commander after seeing this arrangement. Cultivators had their own Tao. Some things couldn't be said to other outsiders, even if it was his own wife. Sometimes he would hide it. This was a common thing, so Yang Qin was very natural about it. Fortunately, Yang Qin was just an executioner before. No matter how much he improved, he could not rise to the top in a single step. At most, he was just a servant or a strong man in the Heavenly Court. Heavenly Lord Zhou should also know the rules, so it was easy to satisfy him. If Yang Qin asked the question himself, he would definitely be spat at by the official on duty in the Ministry of Personnel. Who do you think you are? How dare you be so arrogant? Although the official on duty in the Ministry of Personnel was a civil servant, he was still an infinite tribulation, true immortal. He could throw Yang Qin out of the southern heavenly gate with one finger. Yang Qin was an executioner, but now that he had come out of the immortal beheading platform, it seemed that it would not be convenient for him to be an executioner again. Even if Yang Qin was willing, Heavenly Lord Zhou did not want his daughter to be a widow, so it was inevitable that he would give Yang Qin a new position. Chapter 25:15. Yang Qin's merit points were terrifying. Even though Brother Li Cheng had taken most of Yang Qin's merit points, the merit points left on the Xian long merit stele were at least on the order of 10 to the power of 24. Such a long string of numbers could really blind the eyes of ordinary cultivators. After all, there were many infinite tribulation true immortals who cultivated for tens of thousands of years in the immortal realm, yet they could not get even 1% of Yang Qin's merit points. Moreover, the new heavenly court had only been established for a mere 3,000 years. There was no time for most of the cultivators in the immortal realm to accumulate such a huge amount of merit points. Cultivators who could obtain such a number of merit points were at least bigwigs who could enter the numinous heaven palace to stand guard. Strictly speaking, there were no more than 100 of them. Even if it was Zhou Tianjun, it was just about the same amount of merit. It was very likely that it was much less than Yang Chen's, because in a hurry it was impossible to count the length of the number. It was always very long. However, Yang Chen was just a golden immortal junior who had just ascended. Even if he became a golden immortal right after ascending, which was a realm higher than those Xian immortals who ascended, he was still a junior in the immortal realm. How could he have so much merit points? The problem was that nobody could object to the merit points that Yang Chen had. Cultivators who knew about Yang Chen's deeds in the spiritual realm knew what role Yang Chen had played in the great tribulation of the spiritual realm. With such a huge contribution, it was very normal for him to obtain such a huge amount of merit points. If the amount of merit points was enough to surprise Madam of Heavenly Lord, then the string of golden numbers on Yang Chen's merit ring was even more shocking. The number of merit points on Yang Chen's merit was golden. What kind of merit points could be golden? There were only two situations. One was the merit points that were recognized by all bigwigs who were qualified to stand guard in the numinous heaven palace, and the merit points that were given by the Jade Emperor. That was golden. The other one was engraved on the merit stele of Swan and I, a descendant of the Dragon clan. It was also golden. Both were golden, but there was a difference between the two. The one recognized by the Jade Emperor was pale gold, while the one on the merit stele of Swan and I was dark gold. The merit points recorded on the Jade Emperor's iron plaque could only be used in the current dynasty. Once the dynasty was overthrown like the previous dynasty, it would be worthless. But the dark gold merit points were different. It was a great merit that could go through thousands of dynasties and generations and would never disappear. There were many dragons in the immortal realm, but the descendants of the Dragon clan, under normal circumstances, it was very difficult for a noble race like the Dragon clan to tolerate the existence of such impure descendants. As for the power of the Dragon clan, unless they encountered some top-notch experts, they could practically sweep through the entire immortal world. If a descendant like Shao Tian and Long Xian, whose bloodline was not pure enough, encountered the Dragon clan alone, there would only be one outcome, and that was to be directly obliterated by the experts of the Dragon clan and have their bloodline taken back. The number of surviving Swan and I in the immortal realm could be counted on one hand, and each of them could contend with the experts of the Dragon clan. They could make the experts of the Dragon clan feel that they had to pay a heavy price to make them disappear. How could such a powerful creature easily record merit points for others? What's more, there was a limit to the merit points recorded on the Swan and I. Once it started, it would be best to record the merit points of one cultivator, no more than 3 cultivators. Once it exceeded this number, the quality of the merit stele would decrease, and the recorded merit would be greatly reduced. It would be less than 10%, or even less than 100%. How many ordinary cultivators could fill up a Swan-Ni's merit stele? Apart from the freak Yang Chen, there were very few such cultivators. Swan and I were so rare in the immortal realm, and there were so many restrictions. Even Madam Heavenly Monarch had never seen a cultivator with dark gold merit points. But now, her eyes told her that her son-in-law, the newly ascended young cultivator Yang Chen, had dark gold merit points. Not to mention how high Yang Chen's cultivation was, not to mention how talented Yang Chen was, not to mention how great Yang Chen's future potential was. Just this dark gold merit points was enough to make Madam Heavenly Monarch firmly believe that her son-in-law could not be anyone other than Yang Chen. In addition to merit points, spirit stones were also accepted here. However, after seeing Yang Chen's merit value, Madam of the Lord of Heaven's wife didn't even think about the spirit stones and threw them to the back of her head. although she knew that her son-in-law could directly use the purest spirit stones to kill people, even if it was just a simple calculation of spirit stones. With the prestige of a heavenly monarch and the merit points of a son-in-law, Madame Heavenly Monarch couldn't wait to walk sideways in the merit points market. Even if she still had to maintain her ladylike temperament, Madame Heavenly Monarch couldn't help but look down from time to time. Madame Heavenly Monarch was happy. She was really happy. Even though she was already a 10,000 tribulation true immortal, Madame Heavenly Monarch still showed extreme excitement when she went shopping with a big bag of money. She skipped the low-level places and went straight to the most luxurious heavenly court's largest store. On the way, Madame Heavenly Monarch didn't forget to ask her daughter how many merit points she had. Since her son-in-law had already obtained so many merit points, her daughter should be doing well too, right? Of course, Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, and Tao Junkie had already been adopted by Madame Heavenly Monarch, so they were all considered as daughters. Just as Madame Heavenly Monarch expected, not only Zhou Xianying, but also Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, and Tao Junkie were all rare wealthy people with merit points in the celestial world. Almost all of them had participated in saving the spiritual realm, refining the demon realm, and refining the demon realm, and all of them had obtained a lot of merit points. Especially Gong Sunling. Her merit points were almost the same as her husband's. After all, among all the things, the Mountain River geographical map was the one with the highest participation. Naturally, Gong Sunling's contribution was second only to Yang Chen's. How could it be less? The only shortcoming was that their merit points were just ordinary merit points, without any other color, so they were not as precious as Yang Chen's. But on the other hand, how could merit points be obtained so easily? Madame Heavenly Monarch led her son-in-law and daughters into the Heavenly Court's merit point shop in the most domineering manner. She held her head high and sat directly on the largest guest seat inside. She pointed with her chin at the 10,000 tribulation true immortal shop assistant who came out to greet the guests and ordered slowly, "Take out the list of your most expensive goods." The shop assistant was very perceptive. He knew these were rich guests at first glance. Without saying anything, he gave each of them a jade slip and served them the best spiritual tea in the shop. Yang Chen reached out and picked up the jade slip. With his divine sense, he saw the contents of the jade slip. Then, the next moment, Yang Chen's eyes widened. Chapter 25:16. Yang Chen didn't have time to look at the other things, but the first thing he saw was the soaring cloud treasure light. This was ranked first. To exchange for the soaring cloud treasure light, one would need at least 10 billion golden merit points. This was truly a good thing. Yang Chen had just used the soaring cloud treasure light given by the Jade Emperor to upgrade his body and raise Kwa Yi's secret technique to the peak of the second level. Yang Chen was just regretting that the soaring cloud treasure light given by the Jade Emperor was a little too little, and it wasn't effective enough to upgrade Kwa Yi's secret technique. But now he was about to see the soaring cloud treasure light that he could buy. In his previous life, it wasn't that Yang Chen had never been to a merit town. However, in his previous life, Yang Chen only had a pitiful few thousand merit points. He never had more than 10,000 merit points. How could he have the qualifications to come to such a high-class place? He had never been here before, so he naturally didn't know that there would be such a pleasant surprise. In addition, Yang Chen also realized why the Jade Emperor didn't say anything when he gave him the soaring cloud treasure light. The Jade Emperor clearly wanted Yang Chen to discover the value of the soaring cloud treasure light by himself. Then he would understand his good intentions and make Yang Chen feel grateful to the Jade Emperor. Then he would work hard for the Xiantian sect. Yang Chen now truly understood the Jade Emperor's painstaking efforts. However, he still had to do what he had to do. The price of the soaring cloud treasure light was really high. It was so high that even though all the cultivators knew that it was a good thing, no one could afford it. Even a big shot like Zhou Tianjun couldn't afford it. 1 golden merit point was equivalent to 10 ordinary merit points. but 10 ordinary merit points couldn't be exchanged for 1 golden merit point. This was also the reason why Zhou Tianjun couldn't afford the soaring cloud treasure light, even though he had a huge amount of spiritual power. Almost instantly, Yang Qin knew what he was going to buy. He had to get this soaring cloud treasure light, no matter the cost. Madame of the Heavenly Monarch immediately took the role of the leader of the shopping spree. She and her 4 daughters excitedly evaluated the items on the list one by one. She listed all the items that the 4 girls needed or might be of use, and then carefully selected them one by one. One had to know that all the girls were rich. Without Yang Chen, they could buy anything that didn't require golden merit points. The discussion between the mother and daughter was in full swing, wishing they could take everything home. Yang Chen basically couldn't participate in this kind of scene. If he had to participate, his only chance would be to pay the bill. Yang Chen is not impatient. It is rare for the women to have such a chance to relax. Let them enjoy it for a while. Yang Chen himself began to look at the order of the list one by one and ponder carefully. This was the highest level shop and also the most expensive shop. Many of the things they sold were unimaginably good magic treasures. Unfortunately, it was not that many magic treasures were not worth the price, but they were not suitable for Yang Chen and the girls. Therefore, Yang Chen did not choose the most expensive ones. Instead, he asked the shop assistant to take a list of medicinal herbs, prescriptions, and alchemy, and carefully check them one by one. Soon, Yang Chen found a lot of good things on this list. Not to mention, among the 3 key medicinal herbs to concoct the red beauty heart, there was one here. This was something that could only be encountered by chance. Since he encountered it, Yang Chen immediately placed an order and took it. Seeing that Yang Chen had already started to buy things here, Madame of the Heavenly Monarch and the 4 girls looked over. However, when they saw that Yang Chen was buying medicinal herbs, they immediately stopped caring and continued with their purchasing choices. Yang Chen also landed quietly and looked over one by one. When he encountered medicinal herbs of good age, he directly took them. Anyway, he was an alchemist. No one would feel wrong buying medicinal herbs here. After choosing some medicinal herbs, Yang Chen looked at the prescriptions. In his previous life, Yang Chen had mastered many prescriptions, but those prescriptions could be regarded as peerless good things in the spiritual realm in the mortal world. But in the immortal realm, they were basically mediocre. In his previous life, Yang Chen was not qualified to touch high-grade goods, but now he finally had the capital to choose and own them. At least dozens of high-grade prescriptions worth more than 10 billion merit points were bought by Yang Chen. Yang Chen's decisiveness in placing orders and allocating merit points made the true immortal shop assistant who was in charge of receiving them dumbfounded. Since when could a golden immortal junior spend tens of billions of merit points to buy so many goods without hesitation? To be honest, since the opening of the new Heavenly Quartz Merit Town, there had never been such a rich customer. Although the shop assistant was already a true immortal, when facing such a rich person, he could not help but put away the contempt in his heart and serve him wholeheartedly. At first glance, he knew that Yang Chen was an alchemist, so he naturally tried to sell related things. It was hard to meet a rich customer, and if he met one, he would make him bleed a lot. Seeing that Yang Chen had turned over the medicinal herbs and prescriptions, the shop assistant asked with a meaningful look, "Distinguished guest, there are a few good alchemy furnaces here. Would you like to have a look?" Alchemy furnace? Yang Chen was interested. The alchemy furnace used by Yang Chen now was used by his disciple Mo Chanmei. Yang Chen's profound spirit furnace had been passed on to his disciple because he no longer needed to use the profound spirit furnace to improve the grade of the elixirs. Now, this furnace could only be regarded as ordinary goods in the spiritual realm, and it was far from being a fine product. In the spiritual realm, it could only be regarded as ordinary goods, and in the immortal realm, it was estimated that it could not even be ranked as a common product. Yang Chen thought about it and decided to see what good things there were. A brand new jade slip was sent to Yang Chen's hands, which was a lot of introductions to the alchemy furnace. Yang Qin still had the right to speak about the alchemy furnace. He looked at it one by one, and it was clear that these were all good things, but none of them made Yang Qin tempted. Those that increased the grade, increased the firepower, increased the balance, and increased the success rate of alchemy. Yang Qin did not need any of them. These were not good for Yang Qin's alchemy techniques, but they would make Yang Qin rely on them. If it was really a gain type, wouldn't it be better for Yang Qin to keep the profound spirit furnace? That was one of the 10 strongest alchemy furnaces in the immortal realm. Soon, Yang Qin saw the end of the list, and a unique name attracted Yang Qin's attention. 3 Stars Auspicious Alchemy Furnace. This was a very interesting name. Yang Qin didn't guess which 3 stars these 3 stars were at first, until he read the introduction to understand that these were the fortune, and longevity 3 stars. It was just an alchemy furnace, but also dared to call it such a name. And Yang Qin had never heard of this alchemy furnace in his previous life, so it was not a tyrannical item. But the introduction of this alchemy furnace made Yang Qin very surprised. The fortune, and longevity 3-star alchemy furnace could randomly increase one of the 3-star attributes of the successful refining of the elixir. That is to say, the successful refining of the elixir may increase one's lifespan, or increase one's fortune, which was very magical. Chapter 25:17. For mortals, Fu, Lu, and longevity were just a beautiful wish that they prayed to the heavens. It was something that they could not control. But for cultivators, Fu, Lu, and longevity were not some kind of illusory hope, but something that they could try to control in their hands. This 3-star alchemy furnace could actually randomly increase one of the attributes of the Fu, Lu, and longevity stars. Such an alchemy furnace wasn't it a bit too heaven-defying? No matter how powerful a cultivator was, no one would be unwilling to be blessed by the 3 stars, such a good thing that they could not even beg for, who would push it away. This was also something that made Yang Qin puzzled. Since everyone hoped for it, why did no one want this 3-star alchemy furnace? Was it very expensive? There was no doubt about this. It would be strange if such an alchemy furnace was not expensive. The price marked on it was almost comparable to the soaring Heaven Treasure Light. The difference was that the soaring Heaven Treasure Light required golden merit, while the 3-star alchemy furnace only required ordinary merit. Logically speaking, although the price was very high, it was not so high that no one in the immortal world could afford it. Who knew how many experts and big shots could easily buy it? Could it be that there was something wrong with it? Just thinking of this, Yang Qin immediately shook his head. How could it be? What was this place? This was the Heavenly Court's merit market. Daring to fake it here, did they eat the dragon's heart and phoenix's gall? Looking down, Yang Qin saw the restrictions of the 3-star alchemy furnace. At the same time, he also understood the origin of this 3-star alchemy furnace. This 3-star alchemy furnace was indeed related to the Fu, Lu, and longevity stars, and it was a very direct relationship. This alchemy furnace was refined by the Fu, Lu, and longevity stars together, and it was a very direct relationship. According to Yang Qin's understanding of the Fu, Lu, and longevity stars in his previous life, none of them were alchemists, so why would they refine an alchemy furnace for no reason? Moreover, it was the joint effort of the 3 stars. This was very puzzling. However, if one were to insist on being far-fetched, then the longevity god could barely be related to an alchemist. The great immortal peach in his possession could increase a cultivator's lifespan. This was something that Yang Qin had personally experienced in this life. All of Yang Qin's wives and maids had taken the body refining pill that contained the essence of the immortal peach. Apart from improving their postnatal spiritual roots, the biggest benefit of the pill was increasing their lifespan. The fortune, prosperity, and longevity stars were already dead, and no one knew why they would refine such a strange alchemy furnace. What was even more strange was that this alchemy furnace could not be easily used under any circumstances. In other words, this 3-star alchemy furnace was currently sealed. The sealed alchemy furnace could not be used. This was the root cause, and it could also explain why the 3-star alchemy furnace had always been ignored. Not to mention that the price was so high it was even sealed. Even if alchemists were all rich people, they would not put so much merit into such a bottomless pit, right? The method to unlock the seal was also recorded on it. While Yang Chen was surprised, he carefully studied it for a while before he discovered the mystery. It was not so simple to unlock the seal of the 3-star alchemy furnace. The prerequisite was the blood of the longevity star, namely the crane boy and the Sika deer boy under the South Pole Immortal One. This was only the prerequisite. More importantly, the blood of the fortune, prosperity, and longevity stars was needed to unlock the seal on the alchemy furnace. The fortune, prosperity, and longevity stars had already been sent to the immortal beheading platform during the upheaval of the heavenly court. Even the crane boy and the Sika deer boy under the longevity star were killed at the same time. Where could they find their blood now? During the upheaval of the heavenly court, the fighting was too chaotic and many things were in a mess. The opponents who had the opportunity to collect the blood of these experts were constantly facing the threat of life and death. So how could they have the leisure to collect blood? After the war, no matter who the opponent was, they would first wash off the blood on their bodies. It was not like some extreme devil path experts would use the blood of experts to cultivate. Most of the cultivators who participated in the battle did not pay attention to this. Hence, it resulted in the current situation where the price of a 3-star alchemy furnace was exorbitantly high, but it was still sealed. What was even more embarrassing was that even though they clearly knew the way to undo the seal, they just couldn't do it and could only watch helplessly. After seeing this explanation, a smile appeared on Yang Chen's face. This 3-star alchemy furnace was simply specially prepared for Yang Chen. Others could not get the blood of the fortune, prosperity, and longevity stars and the crane Sika deer boy, but Yang Chen had already refined the immortal beheading platform. The blood river inside would definitely contain the blood of these people. The blood of the 3 stars and the 2 boys was just a primer. It did not need much, nor did it need to be very pure, as long as it could be recognized by the seal. This point Yang Chen could easily achieve. As a result, another 3-star alchemy furnace was added to Yang Chen's shopping list. As for the effect of this alchemy furnace, it still needed Yang Chen to further test it. After choosing the 3-star alchemy furnace, Yang Chen felt that this trip was not in vain. The rest of the things were simply flipped through, and he found a few senior alchemy books and put them into the shopping list. Now he only had to wait for his mother-in-law and the 4 girls to finish choosing, and Yang Chen would naturally take the initiative to pay the bill. Until now, Madam of the Lord of Heaven and the 4 girls had been maintaining a state of excitement, as if shopping could stimulate their spirits. Fortunately, Yang Chen was no longer that kind of hothead. In this situation, he sat steadily, did not urge them, did not disturb them, and just waited quietly. Finally, after choosing for 3 days and 3 nights, his mother-in-law and the 4 girls chose a long list and asked their husband to buy it. Yang Chen did not say anything, nor did he look at what was on the list. He directly asked the shop assistant in the market to calculate the bill. His forthright spirit was comparable to that of a nouveau riche who had just made a fortune. More than 20 billion? How can it be so much? Even though Madam of the Lord of Heaven had experienced a lot of storms, she could not help but be shocked when she heard the merit points reported by the shop assistant. She did not wait for the shop assistant to explain in detail that among the more than 20 billion merit points, there was still 10 billion that had to be compensated with golden merit points. Yang Chen had to stand up and explain to his mother-in-law the 2 most expensive things he bought. When she heard that Yang Chen did not hesitate to use precious golden merit points to buy the soaring heaven treasure light, Madam of the Lord of Heaven was surprised. After all, she had not seen the power of the soaring heaven treasure light, but she had heard of it. But the 3-star alchemy furnace made Madam of the Lord of Heaven a little confused. You want to use the soaring heaven treasure light to unlock the seal on the 3-star alchemy furnace. In an instant, Madam of the Lord of Heaven thought of a possibility. The soaring heaven treasure light could enhance the power of magic treasures. If it was used on the 3-star alchemy furnace, it might really be possible to unlock the seal on the alchemy furnace. Of course, this was only a guess, and it was not Yang Chen's personal answer. Chapter 2518. Using soaring heaven treasure light to open the seal of the 3-star alchemy furnace? Yang Chen wasn't so extravagant. However, he couldn't ignore his mother-in-law's question, so he could only reply with a smile, "I have the blood needed to unlock the seal." "Where did you get the 3-star bloodline?" Madam of Heavenly Lord was very puzzled, but in the blink of an eye she understood. Others didn't have the blood of the 3-star, but Yang Chen was an executioner who had personally killed a 3-star, so it was really easy for him to get these things. In this way, Madam of Heavenly Lord no longer had any concerns. Yang Chen had already thought of everything. It seemed that bringing them to the merit market was really the right choice. Compared to the 2 big items that Yang Chen took out, the things that the women chose were not worth mentioning. They weren't even 1% of the price of these 2 things. In addition to a few high-grade materials for refining, the rest were the most beautiful, decorative magic weapons. Women's natural love for beauty was clearly reflected in this shopping. Of course, it wasn't that the women didn't know what was good for them. They just wanted to accompany Madam of Heavenly Lord to have fun. Their own magic weapons didn't need to be replaced for the time being, so they naturally wanted to make Madam of Heavenly Lord happy. Even for Yang Chen, if he didn't see soaring heaven treasure light and the 3-star alchemy furnace, he would at most buy a batch of medicinal materials. Even if Yang Chen's merit had been taken away by Big Brother Li Cheng, the remaining merit was enough to make Yang Chen a super rich man in the immortal world. Moreover, Yang Chen's merits and virtues could not be said by others. The most important thing was that everyone knew that Yang Chen had a companion of the Bayan, but no one knew where that companion of the Bayan had gone. There were many high-grade cave residences in the merit market, but none of Yang Chen's family chose them. Now that they didn't even find a place to stay in Chunying Palace, it was better not to waste a lot of merit on cave residences. When he saw the cave residences, several big cave residences that would appear in the future naturally appeared in Yang Chen's mind. Yang Chen had ascended much earlier than in his previous life, so he had plenty of time to get his hands on these immortal caves. Under Madam of Heavenly Monarch's urging, the staff of the merit market brought over the items that everyone had bought and inspected them before handing them over to the buyers. "This is the soaring heavens treasure light." Gao Yu was very interested in the soaring sky treasure light that could strengthen magic treasures. Yang Chen directly handed over the gourd with the soaring sky treasure light to his wife, letting her carefully study it. Yang Chen himself took the 3-star alchemy furnace and carefully observed it. The alchemy furnace was still in the style of a 3-legged cauldron, but the 3 legs of the cauldron were carefully carved to look like the fortune star and the longevity star. The decorative patterns on the body of the cauldron were exceptionally exquisite. It was about the size of a palm and was also equipped with a seamless lid for an alchemist to seal the cauldron during alchemy. What surprised Yang Chen was that this alchemy furnace was actually not made of metal, but a combination of wood and earth. The inner wall of the cauldron was made of some kind of very inactive stone material that could withstand extremely strong flames. The surroundings were supplemented with several types of wood materials that had extremely strong vitality. Earth gave birth to wood, and the combination was seamless. It was a pity that the 3-star alchemy furnace was still sealed, so it was impossible to feel the magic of alchemy. It was said that the previous owner of this alchemy furnace was only able to find out that it was sealed after being appraised by many experts. At one point, he thought that he had been deceived. If it wasn't for the fact that this thing was directly obtained from the longevity star, he would have thought that it was a scam. Since the item was already in his hands, he naturally couldn't casually unseal it in the merit market. Therefore, everyone was led by the satisfied but still proud Madam of Heavenly Monarchs, lead as they once again returned to the residence of Heavenly Monarch. Yang Chen began his closed-door cultivation in the residence of Heavenly Monarch. The purpose of this closed-door cultivation was to absorb the soaring sky treasure light and to unseal the 3-star alchemy furnace. According to the instructions for unsealing the cauldron, Yang Chen prepared everything. After setting up the array to unseal the cauldron, he began to drip 10 drops of fresh blood that he collected from the blood river in the Valley of No Return into the array eye of the array. The fresh blood in the blood river was mixed with the blood of countless immortals. Yang Chen was sure that there must be all the fresh blood needed to unseal the cauldron. The fresh blood was just a primer. He didn't need much, just 1 or 2 strands would be enough. Immediately after, Yang Chen injected a specific technique into the array eye. In a burst of gentle and not dazzling light that made people feel very comfortable, the 3-star alchemy furnace that was also placed in the array began to slowly undergo a delightful change. Contrary to what people had guessed, after the seal was broken, the alchemy furnace seemed to become even more inconspicuous. Its color had also become a lot more gray, and there was an additional change of vicissitudes and simplicity which added a lot of historical weight to it out of thin air. The wooden body of the cauldron also seemed to become more and more decayed. But in Yang Chen's eyes, there was a flash of surprise. Good stuff, Yang Chen sincerely praised. It was indeed worthy of being a 3-star alchemy furnace that was jointly refined by the 3 stars of fortune, and longevity. Not to mention anything else. Just this sense of historical precipitation made people full of expectations. A magic treasure that was as new as before in any case could not give people the feeling that it could increase one's longevity. He didn't even have that longevity, so how could it be increased by medicinal pills? The alchemy furnace in front of him seemed to only have excellent carvings and mellow coating, but also appeared to be ordinary. It was the kind of good thing that was so restrained that people could ignore it, but it contained great power. After the seal of the alchemy furnace was unlocked, Yang Chen did not immediately rush to refine a furnace of medicinal pills to test its performance, but used the complete universe treasure-raising secret art to maintain the 3-star alchemy furnace inside and out. Immediately afterward, he used more than a dozen kinds of nourishing medicinal materials such as ginseng and Polygonum multiflorum to refine the medicinal liquid and immerse the alchemy furnace in it. The 3-star alchemy furnace had not been opened for a long time to refine medicinal pills. It was not a good idea to start a fire to refine pills. In the nourishing medicinal liquid, Yang Chen did not forget to add a lot of 4C's mysterious coral liquid, so that the liquid infiltrated the alchemy furnace inch by inch, slowly absorbing some medicinal qi and slowly recovering. Yang Chen was now sure that he had never heard of this alchemy furnace in his previous life. It must be that someone got the alchemy furnace and tried to get the seal. After that, they couldn't wait to start a fire to refine pills, and then destroyed the alchemy furnace. The way to unlock the seal was not only to rely on the blood of the 3-star alchemy furnace. The kind of things like soaring heaven treasure light that the Lady of Heavenly Monarch said could also be done, but the cost was a bit higher. The alchemy furnace still needed a long time to recover before it could be used. This time would at least be a few years, and Yang Chen would have to soak in precious medicinal liquid every day and use the universe treasure-raising secret art to maintain it. After doing all this, Yang Chen was finally relieved. This 3-star alchemy furnace was completely his. Next, Yang Chen took out the gourd containing the soaring heaven treasure light and prepared to absorb it. He just didn't know if this time he could raise the secret of Qua E to the 3rd level. Chapter 2519. Perhaps some people will wonder, the 3-star alchemy furnace has not been used for many years and needs such maintenance. But the alchemy furnace, such as the profound spirit furnace, also has not been used for many years. Yang Chen picked it up and used it. Isn't this making a fuss? In fact, there is still a big difference between the alchemy furnace and the alchemy furnace. The profound spirit furnace can indeed be picked up and used. That is because the profound spirit furnace is made of metal. Even if it is prevented for many years, there will not be much loss. But the 3-star alchemy furnace is different. The 3-star alchemy furnace is made of stone and wood materials. The stone is good, but if the wood part is not fully nourished, it will use the fire seed for alchemy. It will be an absolute disaster for the alchemy furnace. Once the maintenance is not proper, the characteristics of the 3-star alchemy furnace will disappear. The refined pills will no longer have magical effects, and the 3-star alchemy furnace will be reduced to an ordinary stone alchemy furnace. In his previous life, the reputation of the 3-star alchemy furnace is not prominent, perhaps because of this reason. If it really has the effect of increasing the attributes of the 3-star alchemy furnace, then the 3-star alchemy furnace can definitely be ranked in the top 10 alchemy furnaces. The soaring cloud treasure light once again flashed around Yang Chen's body and began to nourish Yang Chen's body. The body refining technique that has been stagnant at the peak of the second level of Kwa Yi's secret method finally began to improve again under the nourishment of the soaring cloud treasure light. It broke through the second level bottleneck in one fell swoop and rushed to the early third level. Perhaps because the interval between the two uses of the soaring cloud treasure light by Yang Chen was too short, or because the soaring cloud treasure light would reduce the effect if used too much, or because the difficulty of cultivating the Kwa Yi's secret method was too high, so that this time the soaring cloud treasure light that Yang Chen obtained only broke through the bottleneck and did not improve much. However, this breakthrough was enough to make Yang Chen very surprised. Kwa Yi's secret method. Even the most powerful master of the Kwa Yi family, without cultivating for hundreds of thousands of years, it is impossible to reach the third level. From the time Yang Chen got the yellow turban strongman body refining technique to the present, it was only 3,000 years at most, and he had already reached such a realm, which was enough to look down on 99% of the cultivators in the immortal world. Yang Chen himself felt that he had only absorbed the soaring heaven-treasured light for a short period of time, and he had only used a few days to break through. However, when Yang Chen woke up from his meditation, he discovered that 2 whole years had passed. Compared to the first time he absorbed the soaring firmament-treasured light, it took him several times longer. Judging from this time alone, the soaring heaven treasure light that Yang Chen bought was several times more than the soaring heaven treasure light bestowed by the Jade Emperor. Unknowingly, Yang Chen's figure once again turned into a muscular figure, and his height suddenly jumped at least 2 heads higher than before. At first glance, he looked like an incomparably robust and boorish man. The women were already used to their husband constantly getting stronger and stronger when he cultivated the body refining technique, so they didn't find it strange. However, Madam of the Heavenly Monarch was not used to Yang Chen's sudden change in reminders, and she kept repeating it for a few days. The 3-star alchemy furnace was still being nourished, and it had greatly improved compared to the previous gray state, but it couldn't be put into alchemy immediately. It still needed a period of nourishment. Yang Chen wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, Yang Chen didn't plan to do alchemy in a short time, so he didn't have to rush to use the 3-star alchemy furnace. He had lived in the Heavenly Monarch Mansion for almost 3 years. Even if Zhou Tianjun was his father-in-law, Yang Chen didn't plan to continue living in the Heavenly Monarch Mansion. At present, Yang Chen had to face 2 things immediately. One was that after he was promoted to the commander of the Immortal beheading platform, he hadn't officially taken office yet. The other thing was that the territory of Chunying Palace hadn't been settled yet. The matter of Chunying Palace couldn't be solved in a short time, but the commander of the Immortal beheading platform could be appointed at any time. After taking office, the Heavenly Court would definitely give him an official residence. No matter how big or small it was still his own home, and it would be much more comfortable than living in his father-in-law's house. After expressing his intentions to Zhou Tianjun and his wife, the Heavenly Monarch didn't say much and just nodded in agreement. However, Madam of the Heavenly Monarch was a little reluctant. It wasn't easy for her daughter to return to her side, and they were going to be separated so soon. It really made her sad. After all, Zhou Tianjun had authority over her wife. After Yang Chen took office, his official residence was also considered to be within the capital city. Even if it was millions of miles away with their cultivation, it would only take a few days to go and take a look. It wasn't a big deal. Moreover, it was natural for a daughter to live in a son-in-law's house. It wouldn't be nice to force them to stay, and it would give people the feeling that their son-in-law was living off a woman. In the end, Yang Chen still left the heavenly monarch mansion with the 4 women and went straight to the Immortal beheading platform. The Immortal beheading platform was a place of great danger in the heavenly court, so it was impossible for it to be in the center of the capital city. It was directly placed in an inconspicuous corner in the west. The west was the White Tiger. The White Tiger was in charge of killing, so it was only natural that the Immortal beheading platform was located there. Ever since the upheaval in the heavenly court and Yang Chen's massacre at the Immortal beheading platform, no cultivators were thrown into the Immortal beheading platform anymore. That meant that the Immortal beheading platform had been idle for more than 3,000 years, and it was completely a cold yamen. The executioners in the mortal world could still get some gifts if they made a mistake, but the Immortal beheading platform in the immortal world was an extremely poor yamen. Not only did the executioners have to be from the mortal world, they couldn't covet anything from the prisoners on death row. Not only was there no profit to be made from it, but because of its reputation, most cultivators kept a respectful distance from it. Of course, Yang Chen was an exception. The things he obtained from the Immortal beheading platform were far beyond anyone's imagination. Who knew that the Immortal beheading platform would have something as miraculous as the heavenly essence pill? It was precisely because of this special characteristic of the Immortal beheading platform that no cultivators objected to the arrangement of Yang Chen as the commander of the Immortal beheading platform. The former commander who was deposed wasn't disappointed at all. Instead, he happily transferred to another yamen after being demoted by 1 rank where he could eat and drink well. The heavenly soldiers who had connections in the Immortal beheading platform had already thought of all sorts of ways to be transferred elsewhere. What was left was a bunch of wily old foxes who didn't have any backers or powerful cultivations. Although the Immortal beheading platform didn't have any profits or prospects, no one would bully it because bullying wouldn't bring any benefits. This kind of environment was most suitable for those wily old foxes who didn't have much of a status. But no matter what, they were still members of the heavenly court. When Yang Chen arrived at the Immortal beheading platform, the first thing he faced was this bunch of incomparably mischievous hooligans. Although these guys didn't have any goals, it didn't mean that they would be obedient to Yang Chen. They were a group of infinite tribulation true immortals, after all, but they were being ridden by a small golden immortal junior and became their immediate superior. If they were bullied by Yang Chen, it would be even more difficult than the days when they didn't have a commander. Therefore, these guys had to think of ways to give Yang Chen, the new commander, a show of strength. Chapter 25:20. Hearing that a cultivator had become the new commander of the Immortal slaying platform, the heavenly soldiers and odd job workers of the Immortal slaying platform were tempted. First, they wanted to find out the identity of the new commander. This was not difficult to do. The officials in the heavenly court did not need to be secretive. They just needed to ask a little and they would be able to find out. As soon as they heard that it was the original executioner and that he was a junior who had just ascended, some people were immediately dissatisfied. Although they were just ordinary soldiers and odd job workers of the Immortal slaying platform, any one of them would be a famous big shot in the mortal world of the spiritual realm, just not so famous in the immortal realm. But even if they were small figures, they would not allow juniors to ride on their heads. Yang Chen was appointed alone. There was no need to bring his family on such an occasion and be laughed at for no reason. After Yang Chen settled down, it would not be too late to bring the 4 women to the official residence. The surroundings of the Immortal slaying platform had a murderous aura that was almost everywhere. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to help but shiver when they passed by. That was a natural suppression that was emitted by the Immortal slaying platform itself. Even the big shots in the heavenly court would not be willing to come near if they had nothing to do. Relatively speaking, the Immortal slaying platform was like an independent small area. Outsiders would not come here, and the heavenly soldiers inside seemed to be independent. It was very quiet, and when needed, they could also go out to do things. Although it was a small yamen, it was rare for it to be quiet. For those cultivators who liked to live a peaceful life, it was a blessed land. Who dares to trespass on the Immortal slaying platform? When Yang Qin entered the huge gate that belonged to the Immortal slaying platform, he heard a domineering shout. His reprimanding voice carried a sharp killing intent, causing those who heard it to feel fearful for no reason. I am the new commander of the Immortal slaying platform, Yang Qin. Yang Chen did not even think about it and directly signed up. All the cultivators here would be his subordinates in the future. So Yang Qin did not need to call himself humble or anything. He just called himself I. Hearing Yang Chen's reply, the heavenly soldiers in the Immortal slaying platform were in an uproar. They had been waiting for this commander for 2 years. Finally, this junior had come knocking on their door. When they heard that Yang Chen was Zhou Tianjuan's son-in-law, they knew that things were going to be difficult. If he plotted against or even killed Yang Chen, he would definitely incur the wrath of Zhou Tianjun, and the loss would outweigh the gain. Therefore, it was best for Yang Qin to back off and resign from his position as the commander of the Immortal slaying platform. However, this was more difficult because Yang Qin himself was an executioner of the beheading Immortal platform. Perhaps Yang Qin knew more about the things here than they did. If they wanted to rely on killing intent, they definitely wouldn't be able to beat Yang Qin. A few heavenly soldiers still remembered the thick, blood-colored killing intent emitted by the Immortal slaying platform when Yang Qin killed the Immortals. It was still fresh in their memories. If they couldn't rely on this, they could only use their cultivation to suppress Yang Qin and let Yang Qin know who was in charge here. Anyway, as long as they didn't hurt Yang Qin, it wouldn't be a big deal to make Yang Qin lose face a little. Even if Zhou Tianjun knew about it, he couldn't do anything. How could a commander who couldn't even control his subordinates rely on his father-in-law's power to stand firm? Since Yang Chen had registered himself as the commander, they naturally couldn't stop him. Many people watched as Yang Chen walked into the camp of the Immortal slaying platform. Then, Yang Chen saw something strange. Usually, when the heavenly soldiers of the Immortal slaying platform used the Immortal slaying platform, they would definitely have to deal with some hard bones. Even if their cultivation was forcibly sealed, those immortals who couldn't use their spiritual power were not easy to deal with. They were often extremely powerful. If they wanted to send these death row prisoners to the Immortal slaying platform, they had to send a group of more powerful odd job workers. Naturally, this low-level work fell on the heads of a group of yellow turbaned strongmen. The yellow turbaned strongmen were supposed to do this low-level physical work. Among the odd job workers of the Immortal slaying platform, there was indeed a group of yellow turbaned strongmen. The huge stone puppets that Yang Qin saw when he came in were used to strengthen the muscles and bones of these yellow turbaned strongmen. There were dozens of them scattered on the ground, almost filling up the entire field. These stone puppets had all been refined. They were all the same size and looked exactly the same. They looked like giant stone puppets, and each of them had a very obvious handle. The handle had a layer of glossy paste that had been polished to a very high degree. It was likely that it was often held by people. At the other end of the field, there were hundreds of figures standing there, tall and short, fat and thin. They all crossed their arms and looked at Yang Qin coming in from the other end of the field. I heard that Commander Yang has a superb body refining technique. I wonder if you can let us broaden our horizons? Among the hundreds of figures, there was a tallest man with the strongest muscles. He was bare-chested, revealing muscles that were much stronger than those of ordinary cultivators, and shouted at Yang Qin. Yang Qin understood that this should be a show of strength prepared by these guys. Sure enough, they were not smart guys. How could they do it so blatantly? For this kind of thing, shouldn't they pretend to flatter me first, gain my trust, and then find an opportunity to make me suffer a big loss? But this was also good. Since the other party had drawn a line, Yang Chen would just take it. If it was about other things, Yang Chen might not dare to fight with these 10,000 tribulation true immortals. Even in alchemy, he might not be better than one of them. But if it was about body refining technique, Yang Chen was very confident that the third realm of Kwa Yi's secret method would not lose to any body refining technique. So many stone puppets were obviously for Yang Chen to show off his skills. Yang Chen did not refuse. He took 2 steps forward, reached out and grabbed the nearest stone puppet and lifted it up. As soon as he grabbed the handle of the stone puppet, Yang Chen found that his spiritual power seemed to be forcibly blocked by this conservative method. However, it was not completely blocked, and he could still use about 1/3 of his spiritual power. However, there was no need for Yang Chen to use his spiritual power for a mere stone puppet. With just a slight effort from his arm, the stone puppet was easily lifted by Yang Chen. Yang Chen instantly made a judgment in his heart. This stone puppet was almost at the realm of river turning strength, and he could easily pick it up. Casually throwing this stone puppet to the side, Yang Chen took a few steps forward and grabbed the handle of the second stone puppet. The effect of this handle to block spiritual power was very obvious. At most, he could only use 1/10 of his spiritual power. It seemed that these guys had left some leeway for the first few stone puppets. Even if Yang Chen could not lift it with his physical body, he could just barely use his spiritual power. From the looks of it, these guys weren't stupid after all. The second stone puppet was almost at the peak of river turning strength, and the third was at the middle stage of sea turning strength. These few stone puppets allowed Yang Chen to use a little spiritual power, but when it came to the 5th one, the stone puppet had completely blocked his spiritual power, and he could only use his physical strength to deal with it. This stone puppet required at least the power of earth penetrating strength to be competent. Chapter 25-21. Among the heavenly soldiers and handymen who were observing Yang Chen in the outer room of the beheading Immortal platform, there were already a few who had incredible eyes. The earth-penetrating strength was the 6th realm of the yellow turbaned strongman body refining technique. Among the vast majority of the yellow turbaned strongmen in the immortal world, they could only cultivate to the 5th realm, overturning the sea with gravity. There were very few masters who could enter the 6th realm, less than 1 in 10. However, Yang Chen was only in the golden immortal realm, yet he had already picked up the 4th stone puppet. Although the stone puppet could still use a little spiritual power, so that Yang Chen would not be too humiliated, no one thought that he could pick it up. According to everyone's speculation, even if Yang Chen had been cultivating the yellow turbaned strongman body refining technique for many years, it would already be good if he could enter the overturning the river strength with the help of spiritual power. With the help of spiritual power, he could barely pick up the overturning the sea strength. However, it was not easy to pick it up, but he had to use all his strength and spiritual power to barely lift it off the ground and barely move it. Who would have thought that Yang Chen did not look reluctant at all, as if he was holding the lightest stone rolling and directly put it aside. Seeing that Yang Chen had reached out and grabbed the 5th stone puppet, the heavenly soldiers and handymen who were secretly observing were waiting to see Yang Chen make a fool of himself. Although they didn't know what method Yang Chen used to pick up the 4th stone puppet, as long as the cultivators with a little common sense of the yellow turbaned strongman body refining technique knew that it was absolutely impossible for a golden immortal to do this. Then, in front of everyone's stunned expressions, Yang Chen easily picked up the 5th stone puppet, which represented the early stage of the earth penetrating strength. Just like the previous lightest stone puppet, he casually put it aside. How is this possible? A yellow turbaned strongman had already exclaimed in horror. However, no one was dissatisfied with him saying this. Everyone had the same thought. A group of cultivators looked at Yang Chen's expression as if they were looking at a monster. This set of stone puppets was the standard equipment for yellow turbaned strongman cultivators. It had been carefully refined by an expert artifact refiner, and although it was the same size, its grade had been greatly increased. In fact, each realm had a corresponding dozen stone puppets to facilitate the gradual improvement of the yellow turbaned strongman. But in order to embarrass Yang Qin, this time the heavenly soldiers and handymen in the beheading Immortal platform had specially selected a few and placed them in front of Yang Qin. In the end, not only did Yang Qin fail to intimidate them, but his actions scared many people. A golden Immortal level, yellow, turban, strongman body, refining technique expert. How is this possible? I heard that one of Grandmaster Yang's wives is an expert in refining. Could it be that Grandmaster Yang was the one who broke the seal on the stone puppet? One of the heavenly soldiers still could not believe that Yang Qin had cultivated to such a level. He began to make wild guesses. Not necessarily. Someone raised an objection. It is said that Grandmaster Yang was the first cultivator to discover acquired spiritual roots, and by relying on a heavenly material and earthly treasure, he and his wives' acquired spiritual roots were raised to the extreme. Maybe it is because of his excellent cultivation aptitude that he can cultivate so fast. Everyone was discussing, but no one noticed that the little guy they had been joking about before had completely disappeared. As long as everyone opened their mouths, they all called him Grandmaster Yang. Perhaps some cultivators still had a fluke in their hearts, thinking that Yang Qin relied on other methods to destroy the stone puppet's ability to seal his spiritual power to do this. After all, as long as one reached the golden Immortal realm, it was not difficult to move mountains and seas. As long as one could use spiritual power, they could even pick up a heavier stone puppet. Sure enough, the sixth stone puppet, corresponding to the late earth penetrating strength, was also easily picked up by Yang Qin and put aside. It was neatly arranged, as if he was helping to sort out these messy stone puppets. He must have used spiritual power. Several yellow, turbaned strongmen thought so in their hearts. Only 3 of them were at the middle earth penetrating strength stage, and the rest were at the sea penetrating strength stage. No one was willing to believe that a golden Immortal could be on an equal footing with them. He definitely can't pick up the 7th one. Seeing that Yang Qin had walked to the side of the 7th stone puppet, all the celestial soldiers and handymen in the Immortal beheading platform had the same thought. That represented the peak of the sea penetrating strength stage. Yang Qin was only more than 3,000 years old, and he had cultivated the yellow turban strongman body refining technique for less than 3,000 years, so it was impossible for him to pick it up. However, all the hopes of not being able to pick it up were shattered when Yang Qin easily put the 7th stone puppet aside and lined it up neatly. In the hearts of the cultivators, whose chins were almost touching the ground, there was only one last guess left. That was, Yang Qin must have used spiritual power in some way. Otherwise, how could such a ridiculous thing happen in front of everyone? But I don't see any signs of Grandmaster Yang using spiritual power. A strong man said with some doubts. Even if Yang Qin's technique was ingenious, he was just a golden Immortal junior. How could he not notice when he used a technique in front of a group of 10,000 tribulation true Immortals? Before the crowd had time to refute, they saw an extremely terrifying scene. Yang Qin reached out and grabbed the 8th stone puppet, then picked it up. He seemed to feel that it was a bit heavy, so he weighed it a few times with satisfaction and sent it to the row with a smile. That represented the 7th level of the yellow turbaned strongman body refining technique, the power of the early stage of heavenly strength stage. It also represented a realm that all the celestial soldiers and strongmen on the Immortal beheading platform could not reach. Similarly, it also meant that almost 90% of the yellow turbaned strongmen could not reach this realm. The scene of hundreds of 10,000 tribulation true Immortals sweating at the same time was almost impossible to see in other places, and it could only happen in the capital of the heavenly court. Now, such a scene was happening on the Immortal beheading platform. The beads of sweat that flowed out of their heads had not yet reached their chins, and a second wave of sweat seeped out of their heads. This was because Yang Chen had already grabbed the ninth stone puppet, a stone puppet at the peak stage of Heavenly Strength stage. Even if those experts used their spiritual power, they could not easily pick it up. The ninth stone puppet also didn't make Yang Chen exert much effort. Even Yang Chen's face didn't have a single drop of sweat. It was easy and incomparably freehand. The stone puppet with the power of the heaven-raising peak had already been placed on the side by Yang Chen. A small cultivator in the golden immortal realm already had the power of the peak stage of Heavenly Strength stage. How terrifying was this? The celestial soldiers and handymen in the immortal beheading platform could not imagine Yang Chen's combat power. With such terrifying combat power, he was not famous. Everyone had only heard of his reputation for alchemy, and they really did not know how he did it. But the next moment, all the cultivators in the immortal beheading platform were shocked to the highest level. Yang Chen easily picked up the 10th stone puppet. It was a power that surpassed the peak stage of Heavenly Strength stage, the strongest power in the eyes of the yellow, turbaned strongmen. Chapter 25-22. This kind of power was not something that most of the 10,000 tribulation true immortals could lift with their spiritual power, especially when they were holding the handle of the stone puppet. The yellow turbaned strongmen who used this kind of stone puppet to practice every day clearly knew how terrifying the power of spiritual power isolation was after holding the handle. Even if they did not hold the handle, they could not easily mobilize their spiritual power. There was only one way to move these stone puppets, and that was through a magic weapon that matched the stone puppets. After a long period of refining, the weight of the stone puppets could be ignored. A strange cultivator who had never touched a stone puppet, even if he had a magic weapon to move the stone puppets, could not easily move the stone puppets in a short time. This was the characteristic of this kind of stone puppet tool. Even the yellow turbaned strongmen would not casually take out the stone puppets to practice. Did they have to find a suitable place to put these stone puppets? Even the ordinary ground of the mortal world might not be able to bear these extraordinary weight stone puppets. Only a magic weapon at the level of the immortal beheading platform would not care about the weight of the stone puppets. In other places, if one wanted to train as a yellow turbaned strongman, they could only go to the special cultivation place where the yellow turbaned strongmen often gathered. Surpassing the peak of heaven-raising strength was the ultimate goal of all the yellow turbaned strongmen. Once they reached this realm, they would no longer be a simple yellow turbaned strongman. Even if they did not cultivate anything and only cultivated the yellow turbaned strongman body, refining technique, they could still be a tyrannical character in the immortal world. Not to mention surpassing the peak of heaven-raising strength. Even if they had just reached the heaven-raising strength realm, it was enough to occupy a foothold in the immortal world. If any advantage could be exerted to the extreme, it would be an amazing strength. In fact, among the stone puppets used by the yellow turbaned strongmen, the 10th stone puppet placed here was the heaviest one. The ones behind were just some miscellaneous decorations of other realms. For Yang Chen, who could pick up the 10th stone puppet, it was no longer a problem. However, the heavenly soldiers and strongmen of the immortal slaying platform, who were immersed in shock, could not recover from the intense disbelief in a short period of time. Yang Chen did not urge them. He simply lifted the stone puppets to the side one by one and arranged them neatly. Yang Chen even discovered that the weights at the back were a little messy, so he rearranged the stone puppets according to their weight from light to heavy. After arranging them properly, he stood in the middle of the immortal beheading platform and waited with his hands clasped behind his back. Finally, the heavenly soldiers and odd job workers recovered from their shock. When they saw the scene before them, they felt even more ashamed. Originally, he had wanted to give Yang Chen a show of strength. In the end, however, he ended up scaring all the cultivators on his side. He could not even raise his head. However, Yang Chen easily picked up all the stone puppets, which really convinced everyone on the immortal slaying platform. Seeing the situation, everyone looked at each other for a while. In the end, they understood that escaping was not a solution. so they could only walk out resentfully and face Yang Chen. Yang Chen had just reported his name outside the door. At this time, it would be unreasonable for them to renege on the debt with the excuse that they did not know Yang Chen's identity. Although they were only the lowest-level heavenly soldiers and odd job workers of the Immortal slaying platform, they were still cultivators at the level of 10,000 tribulation true immortals. They could not afford to lose face in front of a golden Immortal Junior. "Greetings, Commander." In the face of Yang Chen, everyone could not stand it anymore, so they could only bow to him. In any case, Yang Chen was now the commander of the Immortal slaying platform and their direct superior, so they had to greet him politely. Yang Chen accepted everyone's greeting. This was the treatment he should enjoy because of his official position. He did not feel uneasy at all because many 10,000 tribulation true immortals were greeting him. Everyone had been convinced by Yang Chen's body refining technique and had recognized Yang Chen as their commander. After greeting him according to the rules, they crowded around Yang Chen and came to the meeting hall of the Immortal slaying platform. They sat down according to their status and waited for the new commander, the 3 new fires. "Your cultivation of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique is not enough." They thought that there would be some retaliation, but Yang Chen came up with this evaluation, which made everyone a little confused. "Dare I ask, Commander, what's the secret behind this?" A smart, strong man immediately followed up and asked. This was also because he saw that the new commander, Yang Chen, did not seem to be the kind of person who was difficult to talk to, so he dared to ask. "I began to cultivate the yellow turban strongman body refining technique in the mortal world. I have gone through many tribulations to get to the current realm, but it is slightly different from you who began to cultivate in the immortal world." Yang Chen was not afraid that others would know the secret of his body refining technique, so he directly said his own cultivation experience. Everyone suddenly understood, and there was a lot of envy in their eyes. At the same time, there was also a burst of surprise. It must be known that the cultivation condition of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique was to have a physical strength of thousands of caddies. Yang Chen had such power in the mortal world. How could it not be surprising? But everyone knew how much benefit it was to start cultivating in the mortal world. But this was Yang Chen's unique ability, and no one could learn it. As for how Yang Chen knew the cultivation method of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique in the mortal world, even if everyone could not guess that Yang Chen got it from the Blue Vault Mountain Cave. Since Yang Chen was the executioner of the Immortal slaying platform, it was obviously not incomprehensible to know something from the mouths of those prisoners. Today's matter, everyone has a tacit understanding. Yang Chen was not the kind of person who could be completely fooled, and directly made it clear today's show of strength. This commander punishes you to lift your own suitable stone 1,000 times a day for 1,000 days. Is there any objection? I will obey the commander's instructions. They were caught in the act. What else could they say? Of course, it was what Yang Chen said. What's more, it was not a very uncomfortable punishment. It was just to let them practice the body refining technique 1,000 more times in 1,000 days. It would be a little hard to get through. No one had any objections. This commander has a few small medicinal pills here, the prescription from the mortal world, called Inner Sensing Pill. Yang Chen was not the kind of person who only gave pressure without giving benefits. So after the punishment, Yang Chen did not forget to give these guys some benefits. This was called a slap in the face, and then give a sweet date. Inner Sensing Pill. The heavenly soldiers of the Immortal slaying platform were all at a loss. They did not know what this medicinal pill was. Even if there was a monster race, they had never heard of it. This medicinal pill is not very useful. Yang Chen smiled and said, "It is to let the cultivator who takes the medicinal pill know more about the inside of his body. Another additional benefit is that when cultivating the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, it can increase the effect a little." As soon as Yang Chen's words were finished, the eyes of these heavenly soldiers of the Immortal slaying platform had turned red. Chapter 25-23. how difficult it was to cultivate the yellow, turbaned strongman body refining technique, who didn't know it in their hearts. It was because they knew this, but their qualifications could not meet the requirements of cultivating a more advanced technique, so they could only cultivate this low-level technique, which was also the only way. However, the low-level technique did not mean that the status after cultivating it was low. The yellow, turbaned strongman who could reach the realm of earth-penetrating strength was at least a captain among the heavenly soldiers. If they could reach the realm of sky-piercing strength, they would be more than enough to be promoted to deputy general. Ordinary yellow, turbaned strongman did not have the opportunity, like Yang Qin, to cultivate the yellow, turbaned strongman body refining technique from the beginning of the mortal world, and to consolidate and improve their cultivation through various tribulations. In addition, they had already experienced the fairy immortal tribulation when they started cultivating, so it was very difficult to improve. Even if there was a heaven tribulation in the immortal world, it was a Xian immortal tribulation, golden immortal tribulation, and great principle golden immortal tribulation 3 times. Even if each time they could improve a big realm, and the first realm of gravity was easy to cultivate, when they reached the 10,000 tribulations true immortal, the average cultivation was at the 4th realm. Those who cultivated diligently and found the trick could rush to the 5th or 6th realm, and the extremely talented could reach the 7th realm. Now, Yang Qin took out a kind of medicinal pill that could improve the cultivation speed of the body refining technique, which was a great blessing for these heavenly soldiers and strong men. If they could get this kind of medicinal pill, not to mention lifting 1,000 stone puppets every day in the past few days, they were willing to work twice as hard. But there are some taboos for this medicinal pill, you have to know. Since Yang Chen wanted to buy people's hearts, he must be a good person to the end. Some taboos for taking the inner sensing pill must also be explained to them. Everyone pricked up their ears and listened carefully for fear of missing a word. It was related to their own cultivation realm, which was more important than anything else. This kind of inner sensing pill can enhance the senses of the person who takes it by thousands of times, allowing people to feel the various changes in their body, find the hidden injuries in their own cultivation, and take the opportunity to make up for it. This is also the basic role of the inner sensing pill. Yang Chen introduced in detail. This kind of medicinal pill itself can improve the state of the person who takes it, so it is called inner sensing pill. But hearing the functions and principles of the elixir, the people in the Immortal beheading platform were already a little overjoyed. But when they heard the word "but," they were still slightly shocked. They did not know if this turn of events from Yang Chen was good news or bad news. However, the side effects of this pill are also very strong. Yang Chen took in everyone's expressions and laughed in his heart. It seemed that his carrot and stick strategy had worked. At least a few light words were enough to make them think about their gains and losses. Everyone was a little nervous when they heard that there were side effects, but no one said anything. They were all true immortals at the level of 10 tribulations true immortals, so they were able to keep their composure. If there was anything to be afraid of, they would have to wait until they heard the whole story. The enhancement of one's senses by thousands of times brings about the enhancement of all kinds of senses. It includes hearing and pain. Yang Qin didn't beat around the bush and explained calmly, the enhancement of hearing will only bring pain to everyone. It's also because of the problem of hearing that the potion's effect can't be enhanced. However, the increase in the sense of pain is a very useful tempering for our body refining technique. So, when you take the medicine, you must choose to do it in a soundproofing formation. Yang Qin warned again, after taking the medicine, you will faint if you breathe too loudly. So don't make any louder sounds in the outside world. Even if you can't stand the pain, try your best to bear it. It's good for the body refining technique. But as long as you scream, you will faint immediately. They were all true immortals at the level of 10 tribulations true immortals, so they could understand the reason after a little explanation. This incredible elixir seemed to be able to help them practice the body refining technique. Yang Chen suggested again that when they took the medicine for the first time, they should let their companions protect them. If something went wrong, they could rescue them in time. When everyone was familiar with the effect of the medicine, they could take the medicine separately. Everyone naturally had to obey the instructions of a superior, especially the instructions of a famous alchemist in the spiritual realm in the mortal world, and he was giving them pointers on the skills of taking the medicine. But before they took the medicine, they had to finish one thing first, which was to take Commander Yang Chen to his official residence and settle him down. The identity of the commander was not simple, not to mention that they had already recognized the commander's powerful cultivation. Just the identity of Commander Yang Chen, an 8th-grade alchemist, and Zhou Tianjuan's son-in-law were enough to make them respect him. They were not convinced before, but now that they had no such thoughts, they naturally had to serve him well. The commander's residence was not big. It was just a courtyard with 3 entrances and 3 exits. Compared with the Lord of Heaven mansion, which was thousands of miles wide, it was simply a shabby place. But although the mansion was small, it had everything. Basically, it had all the rooms that a cultivator could use. At least, there was the alchemy room that Yang Chen needed, the quiet room for cultivation, and a bedroom that was enough for Yang Chen and the 4 women to live in. In the quiet room for cultivation, there was a small spirit vein that was enough for 1 or 2 infinite tribulation true immortals to cultivate. It was not far from the immortal slaying stage, only a few hundred feet away. One could arrive at the field of the immortal slaying stage in a flash. The heavenly soldiers did not even have such a small mansion, so they could only live in a few rooms at the side. Luckily, everyone was a cultivator and had their own spatial treasures, so they lived comfortably. After each of them had their own territory, they could mind their own business. In the capital city of the heavenly court, this kind of small mansion was definitely the smallest mansion for the lowest-ranking officials. The immortal slaying stage was not a popular place to begin with. The fact that the commander's residence was left behind was already a special favor from the higher-ups. Even so, this commander's residence was within the boundaries of the immortal slaying stage. If it was not for the fact that no one was willing to live here, this small courtyard would probably not be able to be kept. But even such a small courtyard was a symbol of status in the eyes of the cultivators in the immortal world. How could an ordinary cultivator have a courtyard in the capital city of the heavenly court? Don't be fooled by how extravagant and resplendent your cave abode was. It could not be compared to a piece of land in the capital city of the heavenly court. Many cultivators struggled for tens of thousands of years and still could not get a place in the capital city of the heavenly court. Yang Chen had just ascended and already had such a privilege. This was the first time in the world that he had such a privilege. Under the attentive service of the heavenly soldiers, Yang Chen and his 4 wives openly moved into the commander's residence of the immortal slaying stage that belonged to him. No matter how simple and crude the courtyard was, it was still his home in the capital city of the heavenly court. Even though the 4 women had already seen the extravagance of the 5 elements dragon palace, they still observed this simple and crude courtyard excitedly for a long time. Just as the 4 women were excitedly discussing their new home, Yang Chen was deep in thought as he looked at the entrance of the immortal slaying stage not far away. Chapter 25-24. The part of the immortal beheading platform in the immortal world was not far from him, and it seemed to be within reach. Yang Chen had already refined the executioner entrance of the immortal beheading platform in the mortal world, and the corpse dumping entrance of the immortal beheading platform in the spiritual world. Now, only the base camp in the immortal world was left. The immortal beheading saber that could behead all living beings in the world and dominate the world was here. Yang Chen could even feel the slight tremble of the immortal beheading saber inside. That was the excitement and trembling of the immortal beheading saber when it was close to the executioner. It must be known that Yang Chen now not only had his own killing intent, but also the strong killing intent of the executioners of the past generations of the immortal beheading platform. The attraction of the immortal beheading saber was not small. At the thought that the real immortal beheading saber was not far away, Yang Qin had an urge to rush into the immortal beheading platform and grab it. However, Yang Chen's rationality told him that if he rushed in from here, even if he was originally the executioner, he would become a pending death row prisoner. This kind of thing Yang Chen would never do. The only way to get the real immortal beheading saber was to refine the immortal beheading platform in the immortal world, combine the immortal beheading platform of the 3 realms into one, refine all of it, and turn it into his own magic weapon. Only at that time the immortal beheading saber could truly belong to him. To be honest, the number of cultivators in the immortal world who had the idea of the immortal beheading platform was at least 80,000, if not 100,000. In Yang Chen's previous life, many Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals talked about the immortal beheading platform with a drooling expression. Unfortunately, the immortal beheading platform was not an ordinary magic weapon. It was useless to refine this part of the immortal world. Maybe because there was no corresponding merit ring of the immortal beheading platform, it would be directly swallowed by the immortal beheading platform. Of course, even this part of the immortal beheading platform in the immortal world was unimaginable before there was a suitable refining method. In other words, Yang Qin had obtained the secret art of refining space from Big Brother Li Cheng in the mortal world, which gave him the possibility of refining the part of the immortal beheading platform in the spiritual world. This technique to refine space might have been inherited from the Tao ancestor. No one else had such a great opportunity. Yang Chen retracted his thoughts from the immortal beheading platform and saw the exquisite faces of Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, Zhou Xianying, and Tao Junqi. Refining the immortal slaying stage in the immortal world wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. Right now, the most important thing was definitely to settle down with his wives and concubines in his first home in the immortal world. Even though Zhou Xianying was born in the immortal realm and had lived there since she was young, Zhou Xianying wasn't Zhou Xianying when she descended to the lower realm, and she didn't have a mansion in the heavenly court's capital. Now that she had her own home with her husband, Zhou Xianying was no less excited than the other 3 women. Zhou Tianjuan's mansion was huge, but that was his parents' home. This was his home, where he lived with his husband. It felt completely different. However, the excitement only lasted for a while. After the excitement, the women seemed to be calmer. The most valuable thing in this governor's manor was this piece of land. As for the houses, they were simply shabby compared to the 5 Elements Dragon Palace. Yang Qin immediately stored the spirit vein of this governor's manor into the 3-world spirit vein diagram on the plaza of the 5 Elements Dragon Palace. In the future, if he wanted to live there, he would definitely live in a room in the Dragon Palace and not here. After settling down, Yang Chen directly returned to the Dragon Palace and looked for Big Brother Li Cheng for guidance. Can I refine the immortal slaying stage in the immortal world? Yang Chen didn't dare to be sure if there would be any commotion if he refined the immortal slaying stage now. Hence, he needed a definite answer from Big Brother Li Cheng. If I refine it, would there be any commotion that would attract the attention of the other experts in the heavenly court? In the end, Yang Chen was merely a junior at the Golden Immortal Realm. Once he used the immortal slaying stage and attracted the attention of other experts, those experts definitely wouldn't give up on the chance to collect the entire immortal slaying stage. Yang Chen might go for wool and come home shorn. Commotion. Big Brother Li Cheng glanced at Yang Chen, seemingly unhappy that Yang Chen would disturb him because of such a matter. When you were refining it in the mortal world and the spiritual world, did you notice any commotion? Yang Chen thought about it carefully. There really didn't seem to be any commotion. It seemed like this question was unnecessary. No wonder Big Brother Li Cheng was unhappy. It was because the immortal slaying stage was too important that Yang Chen would have such worries. Naturally, it was still a matter of strength. In the immortal world, no matter how powerful Yang Chen was, there were many existences that could insta-kill Yang Chen. When he was in the mortal world and the spiritual world, Yang Chen didn't have such worries at all, because at that time, Yang Chen could completely control the situation. Moreover, even if there was a commotion, the first person to discover it would definitely be the heavenly soldiers of the Immortal slaying stage. Who do you think they would report to when they discover something that they don't understand? Big Brother Li Qing once again looked down on Yang Chen's intelligence and asked. Yang Chen immediately smiled bitterly. He really cared too much about the Immortal slaying stage, which was why he lost his composure. He was the commander of the Immortal slaying stage. Those heavenly soldiers would definitely report to him. As long as he was responsible for handling it, what problem would there be? Now that you have ascended to the immortal world, why can't you let it go? What Big Brother Li Cheng was most dissatisfied with was actually Yang Chen's mentality. He directly said, "Is it really worth it for a mere worldly possession?" Hearing Big Brother Li Cheng's clear accusation, Yang Chen also felt ashamed. He was originally a smart person. His mind was instantly freed from that kind of concern. Big Brother Li Cheng was right. No matter how powerful the immortal slaying saber was, it was just a worldly possession. Even if he couldn't get it, he shouldn't fall into this kind of worry. He indeed cared so much that he almost developed a heart demon. Big Brother is right, but I was wrong. Yang Chen immediately returned to being carefree and thanked Big Brother Li Cheng. Big Brother, let's drink. For Yang Chen's invitation to drink, Li Cheng did not refuse at all. Gong Sun Ling was also there. After a while, there were a few more exquisite dishes on the table in front of the two, and the two drank comfortably. While drinking, Yang Chen suddenly remembered the 3-star alchemy furnace that he had just obtained. He immediately took it out and showed it to Li Cheng. Big Brother, I got something good some time ago. Big Brother, take a look. Li Cheng took the 3-star alchemy furnace. After observing it for a moment, he immediately looked up at Yang Chen and said with a smile, "You can even find this. It seems that your luck is really good. But when did these 3 old men refine this? There was no news about it before." Yang Chen automatically filtered out the details of Big Brother Li Qing calling the 3 stars Falu and Shou as 3 old men. He directly asked, "Big Brother, do you think my way of dealing with it is appropriate? Is there any good way?" The 3-star alchemy furnace couldn't be used for alchemy right now. That's why Yang Chen asked. Although Yang Chen knew that his method wouldn't have too big of a problem, Yang Chen didn't have any good ideas in terms of time. He hoped that Big Brother Li Cheng would have a better idea. Chapter 25:25. Fortunately, you didn't use it directly for alchemy. Big Brother Li Cheng still approved of Yang Chen's way of dealing with it and nodded. Otherwise, I would have destroyed this treasure. At this point, Yang Chen and Big Brother Li Cheng's ideas were the same. Once it was used rashly, it would definitely destroy this alchemy furnace made of wood and stone. I have maintained it several times and nourished it with medicinal juice, which is also a safe way. Big Brother Li Cheng continued, however, according to you, I am afraid that in a short time, this alchemy furnace will not be used. I just want to ask Big Brother if there is any good way. Yang Chen asked very sincerely. Although Yang Chen's current alchemy level did not need the addition of a 3-star alchemy furnace, it could also make him firmly in the realm of the 8th grade alchemy master. But for an alchemy master, an alchemy furnace that could increase the 3 characteristics of fortune, prosperity, and longevity was absolutely attractive. This was different from the profound spirit furnace that could directly improve the rank of refining medicinal pills. Directly improving the rank could not improve Yang Chen's own alchemy level, but the 3-star alchemy furnace could make Yang Chen's technique more prosperous. There was no other way. The alchemy furnace made of wood and stone was inherently more fragile than the one made of metal. When Yang Chen used it, he had to be careful, which was a kind of training for himself. If the spirit Azhu in your medicine garden is here, the recovery can be relatively simple. Big Brother Li Cheng seemed to see through the essence of this alchemy furnace at a glance and said this alchemy furnace is made from the old branches of the peach tree. When Big Brother Li Cheng said this, Yang Qin knew a lot. The wooden part of this alchemy furnace was made from the peach tree of the longevity peach in the hands of longevity god. No wonder it could increase the lifespan randomly. It really made sense. However, even if it was Big Brother Li Cheng, assuming that Aju's body was here, he could only say that it was relatively simple. After all, longevity god's peach tree and Azu's body were on a completely different level. At most, Azu's body was an improved breed that had absorbed one of longevity god's peach seeds. Just in terms of age alone, the difference was unimaginable. Is there no other way? Yang Qin asked again. In his heart, he seemed to be certain that Big Brother Li Cheng would definitely have a way. Yes, but it's not that direct. Big Brother Li Cheng took a sip of wine and said, "And it will make you lose face." Doesn't matter. After Big Brother Li Cheng's lecture, Yang Qin seemed to have thought through a lot of things. Something like face, when it should be valued, it was valued. When it shouldn't be valued, it was nothing. There was really no need to regard face as more important than the heavens. Alchemy. Big Brother Li Cheng saw that Yang Chen's expression and tone were very serious, so he also answered seriously. The answer confused Yang Chen. It was precisely because the 3-star alchemy furnace was relatively fragile now that it could not be used to refine pills. Previously, Big Brother Li Cheng had also admitted that Yang Chen's method was useful. But why did Big Brother Li Cheng want him to refine pills in the blink of an eye? You can only refine elixirs made of herbs. You can't use other materials, not medicinal stones. Big Brother Li Cheng didn't care about Yang Chen's doubts and said, "Slowly nourish it by refining a lot of herbs." This also made some sense. It was the same as Yang Chen's nourishment with medicinal liquid. Yang Chen understood the truth and nodded silently. Second, you can only use the most basic first-grade fire seed, and it is best to use a mild fire. Big Brother Li Cheng once again mentioned a taboo, lest the fire is too strong and destroy the pill furnace. As for fire control, I think you are not unfamiliar with it. With the most basic first-grade fire seed, it would not burn the pill furnace because the fire was too strong. Of course, this required Yang Chen's strong ability to control fire. Otherwise, even the weakest flame would have the danger of burning the wood pill furnace. First, start with the most basic fire seed. Wait for the pill furnace to adapt to a certain amount of time, and then upgrade the level of the fire seed. Big Brother Li Cheng continued to talk about his own method. This method is much faster than just nourishing with medicinal liquid. When the pill furnace can slowly adapt to a higher level of fire seed, it is almost barely usable, right? However, this method is estimated to only be used by you. If it were someone else, they would not be tired to death. Gradually adapting to the fire seed of alchemy was indeed a way to speed up the recovery of the 3-star alchemy furnace. Of course, Big Brother Li Cheng's last sentence, Yang Chen did not deny it. In this world, there was no other person who could have the yin-yang heaven-burning fire. Even Big Brother Li Cheng seemed to be the same. It was not his own life source fire seed, and it was not a common difficulty to control it. Even if the cultivation base of the alchemist in the immortal world was already extremely high, it may not be troublesome to control the low-level fire seed. But to control the fire seed and to prevent the alchemy furnace from being damaged, it was not a common trouble. Moreover, this method was not just to use 1 or 2 kinds of fire seeds. Thousands of kinds of fire seeds, the experts could also be tired. As Big Brother Li Cheng said, it seemed that only Yang Qin could do it. In addition, for a long time, I am afraid you can only use this alchemy furnace to refine the most basic first-grade medicinal pills. Big Brother Li Cheng said with a smile, "A dignified 8th-grade alchemist can only refine a first-grade medicinal pill. It is estimated that people will laugh their teeth off." "This is nothing." Yang Qin smiled and responded, "Big Brother, You also know that this younger brother is not bragging, but the effect of the first-grade medicinal pill refined by this younger brother will not be worse than the fifth-grade medicinal pill refined by some guys, right? According to Yang Chen's real level of alchemy, this was really not bragging and even a bit modest. When Yang Chen was in the spiritual world, the first-grade medicinal pill refined by Yang Chen was already at the level of the sixth-grade medicinal pill, and even some of the best grade could reach the seventh grade. It was definitely modest of Yang Chen to say that it was equivalent to the fifth grade. But the medicinal pills you refine are not for the cultivators to eat, but to nourish the alchemy furnace. Big Brother Li Cheng retorted without even thinking. When you refine a pill, you don't need to seal the medicinal effects within the pill. Instead, you need to do the opposite and disperse the medicinal effects into the pill furnace. So, the medicinal pills you refine, more than 90% of the medicinal efficacy has to be sent to the alchemy furnace to nourish. The medicinal pills that are formed are probably worse than the medicinal efficacy refined by the worst alchemist in the mortal world. Big Brother Li Cheng looked at Yang Chen with a teasing look and said, "You say the so-called strongest eighth-grade alchemist in the spiritual world, when it is known that the medicinal pills refined by him are all inferior to medicinal dregs. Where will his face be?" Yang Chen was depressed for a while. According to what Big Brother Li Cheng said, he was afraid that he would really make people laugh to death. Fortunately, Yang Chen was not that kind of dogmatic person. Nourishing the alchemy furnace was nourishing the alchemy furnace, and alchemy was alchemy. They were two different things. Yang Chen was not so bad that he could not distinguish between using a 3-star alchemy furnace that had not been nourished enough at the important moment. Chapter 25-26. After getting Big Brother Li Cheng's guidance, Yang Chen did not waste it. He used the most cautious attitude to refine a furnace of the most basic foundation elixir on the spot in front of Big Brother Li Cheng. Moreover, when refining the elixir, Yang Chen used the ordinary alchemy furnace that he exchanged with his disciple Mo Chanmei instead of the 3-star alchemy furnace. When refining the elixir, Yang Chen also carefully controlled the fire and carefully selected the fire seed. These two things were easy to do, but not to concentrate and seal the medicinal herbs in the elixir, but to disperse it to the entire alchemy furnace. This completely opposite technique was not so easy. Even Yang Chen was severely reprimanded by Big Brother Li Cheng several times during the process of refining the elixir. After making a few small mistakes, he mastered this abnormal technique. After the elixir was formed, he barely got the nod of Big Brother Li Cheng. Although the refining process was reversed, everything before and the part of collecting the elixir were normal. Therefore, the appearance of the refined elixir was still extremely beautiful. At first glance, it was a good elixir. Yang Chen took the refined foundation elixir and ate one. He finally understood what Big Brother Li Cheng meant when he said that the elixir's medicinal effect was worse than the medicinal dregs. No matter how good the appearance of the elixir was, it could not hide the medicinal effect of the medicinal dregs. Moreover, it was the dregs of the failed refining. However, this reverse method of refining elixir gave Yang Chen a different kind of understanding, which was unexpected to Yang Chen. To be honest, Yang Chen's current alchemy technique had almost reached the limit that he could comprehend at this level of cultivation. It could be said that for a long time, Yang Chen's level of alchemy would not have much improvement. At most, he could know more elixir recipes and refine more complicated elixirs. He could even simplify some complicated elixir recipes to a certain extent, but that was all. But in reverse, refining elixir made Yang Chen suddenly discover a wider world. The purpose was completely opposite. It was simply to let him re-examine his own alchemy level from another direction. How to seal the medicinal properties was a normal method and thinking. But when everything was reversed, his vision was immediately different. Yang Chen could even re-understand the shortcomings of the technique when condensing the medicinal properties from his own method of distributing the medicinal properties, which steps were not accurate enough and which process was not meticulous enough. This was something that he would not have thought of in the past. According to this situation, Yang Chen estimated that his alchemy level would definitely improve again in a short period of time. Yang Chen is now regarded as the intermediate level of the 8th grade alchemist master. But now it seems that reaching the peak level of the 8th grade alchemist master is not too far away. As for breaking through to the realm of a 9th grade alchemist, Yang Chen was not arrogant to that extent. Before he became a perfected golden immortal, he didn't even need to think about it. When he understood this, Yang Chen almost couldn't help but jump up. Luckily, he had already returned to the governor's manor and didn't allow his big brother Li Cheng to see this. Now Yang Chen was not sure. He didn't know if this was because big brother Li Cheng accidentally told him the method after he got the 3-star alchemy furnace, or if he had premeditated to remind himself in this way. Yang Chen would rather believe that it was the former. After all, big brother Li Cheng couldn't expect that he could get a 3-star alchemy furnace that had been abandoned for a long time. Although Yang Chen had realized that the immortal beheading stage was a worldly possession and not worth his attention and loss of self-control, the first thing Yang Chen did when he came out of the Dragon Palace was to refine the immortal beheading stage at a close distance. Naturally, this kind of long-term and hard work was directly handed over to the 2nd primordial spirit by Yang Chen. The primordial spirit of his own immortal beheading blade had already refined the immortal beheading stage of the mortal world and the spiritual world, so it was understandable to hand it over to the 2nd primordial spirit. Moreover, this was a matter of increasing the power of the immortal beheading blade, so it was reasonable for the 2nd primordial spirit to take over. As for Yang Chen himself, he sat on the immortal beheading stage for a period of time in a well-behaved manner. Since he was an official, he naturally had to put on a competent appearance, even if the immortal beheading stage hadn't been used for thousands of years. Sitting on the immortal beheading stage was definitely not because he was busy with official business, but because he was living in the governor's manor. Yang Chen's daily work was to first cultivate the golden body secret art, then use the universe treasure nurturing art to maintain his various magic treasures and the 3-star alchemy furnace. After that, he would use the 3-star alchemy furnace to concoct a batch of pills. Every day, Yang Chen would only concoct a batch of pills, which were the most basic pills concocted using medicinal herbs. Almost all of them were the simplest pills in the mortal world, used to nourish the 3-star alchemy furnace. Every day, he would only concoct one batch of pills. This was also to give the alchemy furnace time to slowly absorb the medicinal properties and recover. In addition, every time Yang Chen concocted a different pill, so that the medicinal properties of different medicinal herbs could seep into the 3-star alchemy furnace. This was also a simple small balance, so that the 3-star alchemy furnace would not only absorb a limited number of medicinal herbs and cause imbalance. Even sometimes, some of the more rare medicinal herbs Yang Chen would directly refine into a medicinal liquid for the alchemy furnace to absorb. Life entered a calm rhythm, which was actually the life of the vast majority of cultivators in the immortal world. The Zhao family's activities in the immortal world had almost no clues, and the immortal world had not yet reached the point of panic. In the calm life, the biggest ups and downs of the mood were the group of heavenly soldiers on the immortal beheading stage. The 5 revolutions inner sensing pill given by Yang Chen was definitely a panacea that could make people feel pain. But at the same time, it was indeed a medicinal pill that could play a wonderful role in stimulating the body, refining technique of the yellow, turbaned strongman. After being tortured by the inner sensing pill, the first thing these heavenly soldiers experienced was the basic role of the inner sensing pill and a thorough understanding of the inside of their bodies. Unfortunately, the efficacy of the 5 revolutions inner sensing pill in this regard was limited, far less than the later internal sensing liquid, and it was not very useful for these true immortals. What really worked was the pain and torture brought by the magnification of the senses, which was indeed an excellent aid to enhance the body refining technique of the yellow turbaned strongman. In a short period of 1 year, all the heavenly soldiers in the immortal beheading stage, the realm of the yellow turbaned strongman body, refining technique was raised by a small realm on average. In the end, the 5 revolutions inner sensing pill had little effect on them. Even so, it was only a small realm improvement, but it was enough to make these heavenly soldiers overjoyed. Almost all the cultivators in the immortal world knew how difficult it was to cultivate the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. Yang Qin just gave them a simple medicinal pill, which made them have such an effect. They didn't dare to think about it before. Soon, the tempering effect of the inner sensing pill on the yellow turban strongman body refining technique began to spread among the yellow turban strongman body refining technique in the immortal world. Alchemists everywhere received a large number of orders to refine this kind of immature medicinal pill of the demon realm. Chapter 25-27. The inner sensing pill was not a rare medicinal pill. The pill recipe was also easy to get from the monster race. The refining technique was even simpler. The worst alchemist in the immortal world was also a 7th grade alchemist master. It was really easy to refine such a simple 5th grade inner sensing pill. The 5th grade refining was the limit that Yang Qin could bear based on his own situation. If it was a higher grade, the painful upgrade effect brought by the inner sensing pill would no longer be tolerated by normal cultivators, unless it was the upgraded version of the internal sensing liquid after removing the pain and hearing. However, the internal sensing liquid was useful for the cultivators below the true immortal realm to explore the defects in their bodies, and it had little to do with the cultivation of the body refining technique. However, what surprised many yellow turban warriors was that the inner sensing pill was indeed useful, but no matter how high their body refining technique was, they could only use the 4th grade inner sensing pill at the beginning. If they used the 5th grade inner sensing pill directly, it would only take a few breaths of time and they would definitely be stunned by the huge heartbeat. Although the effect was definitely not as good as the 5th grade inner sensing pill, it could still play a certain tempering role for the yellow turban warriors. Many cultivators began to wonder why the yellow turban warriors of the immortal beheading stage could directly use the 5th grade inner sensing pill, but they could only use the 4th grade inner sensing pill? Because of the efficacy of the pill, they were a bit lower than those cultivators. It was really not reconciled. The interested people quickly understood the mystery of it. The inner sensing pills were all inner sensing pills, but the difference was that these inner sensing pills of the immortal beheading stage were personally refined by Yang Qin, and the ones used by the yellow turban strongmen outside were refined by other alchemy masters in the immortal world. It was incredible that there were several 9th grade alchemist masters among them, but the effect was not as good as Yang Qin, a little guy who had just ascended. Of course, Yang Qin himself knew that it was a fluke. Those 5th grade inner sensing pills were refined by Yang Qin in the spiritual world, and it was still the result of using the merit chapter, so the hearing was shielded a lot. In fact, the pill recipe was the same. Some people suspected that Yang Qin had changed the pill recipe, but no one had evidence. Yang Qin himself would not be stupid enough to say it, so naturally it gave people a mysterious feeling. Fortunately, in any case, the 4th grade inner sensing pill was also effective. And with the increase in the number of 4th grade inner sensing pills, those yellow turban strongmen could gradually adapt to some 5th grade inner sensing pills. Because of Yang Qin's small accident of roping in the immortal slain platform's heavenly soldiers, it caused the cultivators of the yellow turban warriors in the entire immortal world to collectively increase by a small realm on average, which was also a not small story. This was because the realm of Yang Qin's own cultivation of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique had not spread to the outside world, so it did not cause greater waves. Otherwise, a little golden immortal who had just descended had achieved the realm of the heaven-raising strength. If people knew about it, they would be shocked to the ground. However, because of this small matter, many cultivators in the immortal world who were not interested in the little guys who had just descended became interested in Yang Qin, the alchemist. It was rare to see a little guy who could beat several famous ninth-grade alchemists. At least on the path of alchemy, not many people dared to despise Yangchen. Outside, because of a trivial inner sensing pill, there were waves, but inside the immortal slaying platform was still a calm scene. The heavenly soldiers were very energetic in their cultivation these days, and they were full of energy. The immortal slaying platform has not received a red mission for many years, and there was nothing to do on weekdays. Yang Chen was also happy to be quiet. He cultivated and refined. He was very comfortable. However, the peaceful days were still broken by a sudden accident. It was Yang Chen who had an accident. To be exact, it was Yang Chen's second primordial spirit. During these days, the second primordial spirit has been slowly refining the main body of the immortal slaying platform and has not caused any trouble at all. But even so, the accident still happened. Now, the refining of the second primordial spirit was just a simple connection with the immortal slaying platform. It was the same nature as the initial refining of the entrance of the immortal slaying platform by Yangchen. However, because the main body of the immortal slaying platform is relatively large, and it is still in the immortal world, it is very difficult to refine it. After a few years, the second primordial spirit has only completed less than 30% of the initial refining. There are no outsiders here all year round. Yang Chen's refining was all smooth, but yesterday the second primordial spirit noticed that something was wrong. During the refining, the second primordial spirit was sensitive to the consciousness of resistance in the immortal slaying platform, which was resisting its own refining. After discovering this, not only the second primordial spirit, but even the third primordial spirit and Yang Chen's body were shocked. Back in the mortal world, Yang Chen had already subconsciously thought that the immortal slaying platform would definitely belong to him. Even in the face of the temptation of many treasures, Yang Chen had refined the immortal slaying saber into his own Dharma treasure. He did not expect that when he was the closest to success in the immortal world, the immortal slaying platform would have a consciousness of resistance. How is this possible? The upheaval in the heavenly court has not exceeded 3,500 years. During this period, the only person who has entered the immortal slaying platform and walked out was Yang Chen, and he had entered as an executioner. No matter how powerful the other people were, even if they were famous figures like the three pure Tao Fathers and the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother, there would only be one result when they entered. They would be beheaded and turned into heavenly essence pills. Are there living things in the immortal slaying platform now? Yes, Yang Chen was sure of this. When he was in the spiritual realm, Yang Chen tricked several arrogant guys into entering the immortal slaying platform from the Valley of No Return, which was also the place where the immortal slaying platform threw the corpses. However, these guys who entered the immortal slaying platform from this entrance only had one result. They were directly imprisoned by the immortal slaying platform, waiting for the executioner to enter and behead them. Not to mention that the strongest of them was only at the level of a golden immortal. Even if they were real, innumerable, tribulation true immortals, there was only one way to go after entering the immortal slaying platform. The immortal slaying platform itself did not have a consciousness of resistance. Even if it did, it could only be because the immortal slaying saber did not cooperate. But as early as in the mortal world, Yang Chen had already subdued the immortal slaying saber. When refining the entrance of the immortal slaying platform and the place where the corpses were thrown, there was no obstacle at all. There had never been any resistance. Why did there suddenly appear a consciousness of resistance now? Fortunately, this consciousness of resistance only resisted the refinement of Yang Chen's second primordial spirit. There was no other big movement. Otherwise, the immortal slaying platform was still in the capital of the heavenly court. Once something happened, it would definitely attract the attention of the entire heavenly court. Then it would be impossible for Yang Chen to refine it unknowingly. After a careful examination, Yang Chen did not find any problem in the process of refining the second primordial spirit. When he was about to further examine the immortal slaying platform, something unexpected happened. Chapter 25-28. An incomparably ferocious killing intent appeared out of nowhere and firmly enveloped Yang Chen. To be honest, Yang Chen had been through many fights and had seen many opponents with violent killing intents. However, he had never seen an opponent with such a strong killing intent. If Yang Chen had to find an analogous opponent, perhaps only the killing intent released by the Immortal Beheading Blade could compete with this killing intent. What shocked Yang Chen even more was that Yang Chen couldn't find the source of this killing intent no matter how hard he tried. The most likely reason was that this killing intent burst out from the Immortal Beheading stage. If it was only the killing intent, Yang Chen wouldn't be afraid. In terms of killing intent, Yang Chen had never seen anything more ferocious than the Immortal Beheading stage. Not to mention that Yang Chen had absorbed the killing intent of so many executioners on the Immortal Beheading stage. If he took it out, it wouldn't be weaker than any cultivator. This was the source of Yang Chen's confidence. However, the opponent didn't just attack with killing intent. In the next moment, Yang Chen's Tai Chi Golden Ball was activated to the highest level by Yang Chen. Even Kwa Yi's secret skill was activated to the highest level. Incidentally, he even raised the Immortal Beheading Blade in front of him. Ding! A light sound, like the sound of a needle falling on metal in the middle of the night, was very light and powerless. That was the result of the unknown opponent's magic treasure directly piercing into the blade of Yang Chen's Immortal Beheading Blade. Whether it was Yang Chen's Tai Chi Golden Ball or Kwa Yi's secret skill at the highest level, under the seemingly light attack of the opponent, they were like the weakest piece of paper, easily broken through by the opponent. Before the Tai Chi Golden Ball could even make a cracking sound, the blade of Yang Chen's Immortal Beheading Blade was pierced. Fortunately, Yang Chen used the Immortal Beheading Saber's blade to block it in time. The Immortal Beheading Saber, which was fused with the diamond chakram's material, was able to withstand the opponent's stab. However, Yang Chen, who had already reached the third level of Kwa Yi's secret knowledge, couldn't even fight against the seemingly illusory attack launched by the enemy with the power of the Immortal Beheading Blade. His entire body was pushed up into the air and was uncontrollably pushed backward by that needle-tip-sized weapon. The paper-thin blade of the Beheading Immortal Blade was accurately pierced by the opponent's magic weapon. Or, in other words, Yang Chen's reaction was fast enough to accurately slash the spikes. At the moment when the magic weapons of the two sides came into contact, Yang Chen even heard a little bit of an auditory hallucination that was almost weak to the extreme. The other party's magic treasure was simply too powerful. Even the golden Tai Chi sphere, a defensive magic treasure that Yang Chen used to protect himself, was pierced through. It did not even slow him down for a moment. Not only that needle-tip-thin magic treasure was so sharp that it was even about to pierce into the blade of the Immortal Beheading Saber. This was completely beyond Yang Chen's expectation. Who could think that even a magic treasure as powerful as the Immortal Beheading Saber couldn't compete with the opponent? This was not because Yang Chen was weak, but because the opponent was too powerful. Judging from the power of this move, Yang Chen estimated that the opponent must be at least a top-grade innumerable tribulation true immortal. The opponent's magic treasure was even more powerful than Yang Chen's. Compared with Yang Chen's infant magic treasures, which had been refined for less than 4,000 years, the opponent was simply bullying the weak. At the critical moment, Xiao Tian's sudden appearance gave Yang Chen a little bit of resistance. The abruptly improved power of the Immortal Beheading Saber blocked the needle-tip-thin magic treasure, not letting it pierce into the Immortal Beheading Saber. It even had a little bit of power to fight back. If Yang Chen was a little bit stronger, the Immortal Beheading Saber might be able to cut into the spikes instead. What I hate the most is you bastards of the Dragon Clan. A clear but murderous voice came into Yang Chen's ears. The voice was not high, but it was extremely clear. The disgust from the bottom of his heart was not concealed. He felt that the owner of this voice had a deep hatred with the Dragon Clan. Yang Qin didn't care whether the owner of this voice hated himself or Xiao Tian at this time. No matter which one it was, Yang Qin was the enemy of the other party. Yang Qin certainly wouldn't give up Xiao Tian just because the other party hated the Dragon Clan. Therefore, this guy who came out inexplicably must be the enemy of Yang Qin. Such a powerful enemy. Yang Qin didn't even know the identity of the other party. The only thing that was certain was that the opponent's cultivation was very high, so high that even Yang Qin's previous life couldn't reach it. As for where such a powerful enemy came from, Yang Qin could only guess at this time that it was inside the Immortal Executioner platform. But how the enemy hid in the Immortal Executioner platform was still a mystery. Yang Qin needed time to ask elder brother Li Cheng. However, if he couldn't get through this, not to mention asking elder brother Li Cheng, he wouldn't even have a life. The other party only used one attack magic weapon, and Yang Qin's trump card was used up. This was still barely maintaining a tie for a moment. He believed that if he persisted for a few more times, Yang Qin was afraid that he would have to admit defeat. It was not a shame that his cultivation base was inferior to the opponent's. Yang Qin did not have the stubborn temperament of facing this level of opponent. If he couldn't win, he would run. Yang Qin was still very clear about this. In the face of the pressure of that spike, Yang Qin could barely maintain it with the Immortal Beheading Blade. He had to use the third primordial spirit and borrow the power of the Mountain River geographical map. No matter how strong the opponent was, in the face of the collective attack of billions of cultivators, it would not feel good. Gong Sunling was aware of her husband's crisis when the third primordial spirit moved, and let go of the control of the Mountain River geographical map without thinking about it. The next moment, Yang Qin's figure disappeared and entered the Mountain River geographical map. Insignificant skill. The other party's contemptuous voice once again passed into Yang Qin's ears. Then Yang Qin was surprised to find that his own people were in the Mountain River geographical map. But the other party's spiked magic weapon had also entered the Mountain River geographical map, and still maintained the situation with the Immortal Beheading Blade. However, this situation was completely broken in the next moment. The combined power of billions of experts in the Mountain River geographical map directly knocked the opponent's magic weapon out. The terrifying force that had been pressing on Yang Qin's body finally disappeared, and Yang Qin's whole body relaxed. However, this relaxation was only for a moment. The spike had just retreated, and a red shadow, like a long red snake, swept towards Yang Qin. Yang Qin's figure disappeared in an instant. This was the Mountain River geographical map, under the control of the third primordial spirit. Yang Qin could go wherever he wanted, no matter how strong the other party's magic weapon was. Could it catch up with this kind of spatial teleportation? But as soon as Yang Qin stood still, his face immediately changed. The red shadow that came out of nowhere unexpectedly caught up with him by some unknown method, still maintained the posture of wanting to wrap up Yang Qin, and flew over without giving up. What kind of opponent was this? Yang Qin also secretly cursed in his heart. Inexplicably appearing, Yang Qin didn't even know why. Was it an expert of the Zhao family? Chapter 25-29. This idea only appeared for a moment and was rejected by Yang Qin. If the Zhao family had such a master, it was estimated that they would never tolerate it in the immortal world. It was not that Yang Qin recklessly exaggerated himself and felt that the opponent he could not defeat must be the most powerful master in the immortal world. But Yang Qin's current vision and eyesight had really reached this level. This unknown master who suddenly appeared was definitely ranked in the top 100 in the immortal world, and it was by no means an illusion. In a flash, Yang Qin could not think more about it, and it was more important to deal with the red shadow that seemed to be everywhere in front of him. Originally, Yang Qin's plan was that he had the ability to teleport in the Mountain River geographical map, and he could definitely get rid of the opponent, who knew that the other party was like a tarsal maggot, completely ignoring the power of the Mountain River geographical map and always chasing Yang Qin. This was by no means an ordinary magic weapon. Yang Qin could conclude that this must be a famous one in the immortal world, and it was a very famous one, otherwise it would be impossible to have such power. Now there was no time to think about which magic weapon it was. It was important to deal with it first. Yang Chen did not say anything and brought out the yin-yang heaven-burning fire, and the two fire dragons circled and danced to meet the red shadow. The red shadow was not afraid of the two fire dragons that appeared, or it was a bit impolite, it simply ignored them. It just swept towards Yang Chen's body and completely ignored the two entangled fire dragons. But the next moment, the red shadow directly turned into a fire shadow. At least in Yang Chen's vision, the red shadow was completely ignited and turned into a long burning ribbon, stretching for dozens of miles, almost burning the entire sky. Not only that, the red shadow with the ability to cross space not only burned the part in Yang Chen's vision, but also the part that crossed the space was ignited. Yang Chen could not see these, but Yang Chen heard a very clear scream. That was the first time Yang Chen heard the owner of the voice lose his composure. The burning ribbon quickly retracted as if it had been frightened, disappearing without a trace in an instant, as if it had never been there. However, Yang Chen did not dare to be careless. He still put on a vigilant posture. After this period of time, the Tai Chi golden ball automatically repaired itself and appeared outside Yang Chen's body again. The other party had underestimated the yin-yang heaven-burning fire. This was definitely his mistake. But Yang Chen did not feel that his yin-yang heaven-burning fire could completely take the upper hand. According to Yang Chen's inference, at most his own yin-yang heaven-burning fire could only bring some damage to the other party's magic weapon. As for hurting people, it was simply impossible. Yang Chen's prediction was right. A golden light suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. It was getting bigger and bigger, flying towards Yang Chen at an extremely fast speed. He wanted to avoid it, but the golden light carried an unparalleled aura, which firmly enveloped Yang Chen. Thinking of the powerful power of the other party's red shadow magic weapon through space, Yang Chen did not think that he could avoid the golden light attack by teleporting in time. There was another more important reason for Yang Chen to stop and face the golden light. The words of the mysterious enemy were clearly passed to Yang Chen's ears. "If you take my move, I will never attack you again." These words seemed to have no rhyme or reason, but Yang Chen was firmly convinced. An expert of this level definitely had his own dignity. It was already a great loss of face for him to bully the weak. If he still chased after him relentlessly after several failed attempts, it could be said that he had lost all his face. He said that if he took this move, he would never attack Ji Hao again, which was as powerful as an inner devil oath. Countless meridians crazily surged into Yang Chen's body, and the power of the golden body spell began soaring. The positive and negative 5 elements spell instantly boosted Yang Chen's power to 10 times greater than before, and the power of the Earth Evil Polaris Magic Formation was also boosted to an extreme level by Yang Chen's power. Yang Chen fixed his eyes on the golden light, which was growing brighter and brighter, raised the immortal beheading blade and hacked down. The soaring power of Yang Chen's power not only improved, but also shrank the Taiji golden ball to 2 feet away from Yang Chen's body. The sharp shrinkage brought the defensive power of the Taiji golden ball by a few times. Added with the stimulation of Yang Chen's power, the thickness of the Taiji golden ball was instantly 5 times thicker than before, and the density of the golden ball had also been raised. Not only that, Yang Chen had also boosted the power of Kwa Yi to an extreme level. His body glowed with a golden light, as if his entire body had turned into a metal. Peng Wang. 2 sounds rang out. The first sound was extremely crisp and short, while the second sound was extremely long, like the sound of a bell lasting for a long time. By now, Yang Chen clearly saw that the golden light was a golden ring, which looked like the diamond chakram of Tao ancestors in his memory. However, the ring was much larger than the diamond chakram and also slightly thinner. Bang! That was the sound made by the ring on Yang Chen's Taiji golden ball. With only one strike, the Taiji golden ball, which had been improved by a few times, was shattered once again. Compared to the last time when the golden ball was pierced by that sharp thorn, this time it was shattered even more thoroughly. The thorn only made a small cut on the golden ball, but this time the part facing the ring was directly smashed into many pieces. The last time when the Taiji golden ball was broken so thoroughly was when Li Cheng made a move. In the spiritual world, Yang Chen had just got the Taiji golden ball and tested its power, but it was smashed by Li Cheng with a palm. However, that was hundreds of years ago, and Yang Chen's cultivation was not as high as it was now. In addition, Yang Chen did not use the current method of forcibly improving his spiritual power. In general, Yang Chen's Taiji golden ball was at least hundreds of times stronger than before, but it was still directly smashed by the opponent's ring. The ring's power did not dissipate, and it still rushed towards Yang Chen. Yang Chen chopped down and hit the ring in the middle. However, this almost exhausted all the power of Yang Chen's knife, but it only reduced the speed of the ring by more than half. It still couldn't completely block the attack of the ring. On the contrary, Yang Chen's hands were numb from the shock. If it weren't for Xiao Tian rolling the Immortal beheading blade and Yang Chen's wrist, maybe the Immortal beheading blade would have flown out of his hand. The golden ring finally hit Yang Chen's body, making a buzzing sound like a bell. Yang Chen's body took advantage of the momentum and flew back quickly with the power of the ring, offsetting the huge force. The person was still in the air. Yang Chen had already spat out a mouthful of blood and stained his clothes. Spikes, red shadows, plus this last powerful ring. Yang Chen had basically determined which opponent was. What surprised Yang Chen was that he could only suffer the current injury under the attack of this lord, and he did not faint. It could be said to be a miracle. "You are Senior Neza." Yang Chen finally shouted the name of his opponent in the void. Chapter 2530. Neza, Marshal of the Middle Altar, Grand Preceptor of Heaven, Mighty General, Great God of the Three Altars, pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li's third son, was a famous fierce man in the immortal world. He was also one of the few masters who did not die on the spot in the upheaval of the heavenly court, nor was he sent to the immortal beheading platform. In addition to Neza, there were also similar masters, such as Yang Jian and Ancestor Lu, who were recognized to be capable of fighting. Even though the heavenly court had changed dynasties for more than 3,000 years, the new heavenly court had never dared to issue any wanted orders to these people blatantly. They knew that they were alive and would probably come back one day, but they did not dare to have such an idea. This was the consequence of their fierce reputation. The spike was obviously the tip of the fire-tipped spear, but it did not show its full appearance. The red shadow was the red armillary sash. Only such a magic weapon had the power to cross space and ignore teleportation. As for the golden ring behind, it was Neza's universe ring, a famous fierce magic weapon that had killed countless masters. Guessing Neza's identity, Yang Chen also understood what Neza meant when he said that he hated the bastards of the Dragon Clan the most. Neza killed the third prince of the Dragon King, Ao Bing, and formed a deep hatred with the Dragon Clan. He never concealed his hatred for the Dragon Clan, even if the Dragon Clan was known as the strongest clan. "You, a junior, actually know me?" Neza's voice came from the void. Then Neza's figure appeared in front of Yang Chen, completely ignoring the barrier of the geographical map of mountains and rivers, as if he could come and go as he pleased in this space. Neza was just an ordinary Dharmakaya. He did not show the Dharma form with 3 heads and 6 arms when he was fighting. He stepped on the wind-fire wheels, held the fire-tipped spear in one hand, put the universe ring on his body, and wrapped the red armillary sash around his arms. Yang Chen's eyes were sharp. At a glance, he saw 2 flames flashing at the top of the red armillary sash. Although the flames were very weak, it was Yang Chen's true life fire. How could Yang Chen not feel it? It was clear that the yin-yang heaven-burning fire on the red armillary sash had not been completely extinguished, but it was forcibly blocked by Neza's spiritual power. Senior's fame, this junior has long heard of it. In the face of a peerless, fierce person, Yang Chen did not dare to have the slightest neglect and bowed respectfully. After all, in terms of cultivation and seniority, Neza was definitely a senior among Yang Chen's seniors. It was not humiliating or disadvantageous for him to bow to Yang Chen. In that case, you should be the new commander of the Immortal slaying platform, the original executioner. Facing Yang Chen's formal salute, Neza just responded with a and asked casually, "That's me." When Yang Chen replied, he still maintained a respectful attitude. Even though he still had internal injuries, he didn't dare to be as casual as he was with big brother Li Cheng. Neza was famous for being reckless. He even dared to kill his own father. Even if he said that he would no longer attack Yang Chen did not dare to be careless. It seemed that Yang Chen's attitude was very useful to Neza. After all, since the upheaval of the heavenly court, Neza had almost never enjoyed such respect. He was used to being high and mighty, so it was still very comfortable to feel Yang Chen's respect. Did that old guy wag his tail and beg for mercy before he died? After hearing Yang Chen admit his identity, Neza directly threw out a question, which caught Yang Chen off guard. "Old guy? Who was Neza referring to?" Yang Chen thought about it and understood that Neza should be referring to his father, pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing. After all, only Li Jing could be related to Neza, Yang Chen, and the Immortal slaying platform. "That's not true." After Yang Chen understood who was asked, he quickly replied. He knew that Neza was very unhappy with Li Jing, but he did not slander Li Jing. He only told the truth. Looking at Neza's expressionless face, Yang Chen gritted his teeth and added, "Heavenly King Li Jing left very peacefully. I was fast enough, so I did not suffer much." Yang Chen was gambling with the sentence. Neza was unhappy with Li Jing, but he was still Li Jing's son. Otherwise, Neza would not have asked this question after knowing Yang Chen's identity. Therefore, Yang Chen bet that Neza still had a father-son relationship with Li Jing. That was why he said those words. Obviously, Yang Chen made the right bet. Neza's expression calmed down, and he did not speak for a long time. Yang Chen secretly rejoiced, but he was unwilling to say anything else. He just waited quietly for Neza's instructions. This place is not bad. Finally, Neza raised his head, looked at Yang Chen, and said, "I'll borrow your place to recuperate for a few days. Do you have any objections?" Yang Chen quickly shook his head. What a joke. Since Neza said so, would he dare to have any objections? "Send me your best spiritual meridians. I want to recuperate." Neza seemed to not care whether Yang Chen had any objections or whether Yang Chen was willing to or not. He directly ordered in a rude and unreasonable manner. Yang Chen was stunned. Neza wants to recuperate? Is he injured? Then he suddenly realized that he should be seriously injured. Otherwise, how could he block Neza's 3 attacks with his current cultivation? If Neza attacked at his peak, he would probably have pierced through him with the first attack. While guessing in his heart, his hands did not slow down. The 5 elements Dragon Palace appeared in front of Neza instantly. Yang Chen extended his hand and respectfully invited Neza into the Dragon Palace to recuperate. "How many dragons did you kill?" "I like it." Seeing the 5 elements Dragon Palace, Neza's eyes lit up and a rare smile appeared on his face. Then he understood and asked, "You took all of Ao Guang's treasures? And how many dragons did you kill?" Neza had never concealed his dislike for the Dragon Clan. Yang Chen did not dare to hide anything and answered truthfully, "Ao Guang's treasures and killed a few dragons. But I also know a few friends of the Dragon Clan. They helped me to refine the 5 elements Dragon Palace." "Well, so be it. If you have friends, you have friends. There's nothing to hide. You're a good guy. I like it," Neza said as he strode into the 5 elements Dragon Palace. Then he saw the huge spiritual meridian square. His eyes lit up instantly. He walked to the center and sat down. Yang Chun was relieved. When he said that he had friends of the Dragon Clan, he secretly broke out in a cold sweat. Neza seemed to like Yang Chen's honesty, which made Yang Chen feel relieved. "Do you have any healing elixirs? Give me a few." Neza did not stand on ceremony at all. After sitting down, he asked Yang Chen, "I have been hiding on the top of the Immortal beheading platform for so many years without any healing elixirs. My injuries have been worsening over the years. If you have good elixirs, heal my injuries, and I will help you kill a few guys you don't like. How about that?" Chapter 2531. Hearing Neza's words, Yang Chun was very tempted, but he had to smile bitterly. When it came to Neza's cultivation base, he had not been cured for more than 3,000 years. It was by no means something that could be cured by the medicinal pills that Yang Chen had refined now. At least it had to be at the level of the 9 Revolutions golden pill. However, Yang Chen was not completely useless. The 8 transformations Ganoderma mushroom jade pills were made by the Merit chapter and had excellent healing effects. Even if they weren't as good as the 9 transformations golden pill, there was still a small difference. They couldn't heal Neza's injuries completely, but they could stabilize him. As soon as Neza finished speaking, Yang Chen had already offered a bottle of 8-grade Merit Ganoderma jade pills with both hands. "These are some healing pills refined by this younger generation junior. I dare not say that it can cure senior's injury, but it's better than nothing." He couldn't say too much first. He had to show his attitude first. A master of Neza's level, whether it was cultivation base or eyesight, was excellent. He took Yang Chen's medicinal pill and only glanced at it. Then he raised his head and poured a bottle of Merit Lingji mushroom jade pill into his mouth. That bottle of pills was enough to heal dozens of Xian immortals. Ordinary Earth immortals and human immortals would definitely explode and die after taking it, but Neza didn't care about it at all. Then he closed his eyes and began to refine the pills. Yang Chen didn't dare to be negligent. He transferred dozens of large spiritual veins for Neza to absorb. Seeing that Neza had entered a meditative state, Yang Chen was relieved and began to think about other things. Should he sneak attack Neza now? This kind of stupid idea was not something that Yang Chen could think of. Although Neza was seriously injured, it was more than enough to kill Yang Chen in a face-to-face situation. The previous 3 attacks had given Yang Chen time to prepare, but Yang Chen was still seriously injured and vomited blood. If Neza continued to attack, even 10 Yang Chen would be dead. While Neza was recuperating, Yang Chen also took the opportunity to take a few Ganoderma dew pills to make his injuries better. Then, Yang Chen began to carefully think about some of the information revealed by Neza's words. Previously, Neza said that he hid on the archway of the Immortal beheading platform to avoid being hunted by the experts of the Immortal world. After thinking about it carefully, the place Neza chose was really suitable. Especially for Neza, it was as if it was tailor-made. Neza was an expert who had killed many people. His killing intent was definitely not inferior to that of the Immortal slaying platform. This kind of obvious killing intent was like a beacon for experts who wanted to track him down. Only a place like the Immortal slaying platform, which emitted boundless killing intent, could hide Neza's killing intent so well. Ordinary experts from the Immortal world, if it wasn't because of their duty, who would want to stroll around the Immortal slaying platform. He did not want to be tainted by the evil aura of the Immortal slaying platform. Neza's hiding here was simply a stroke of genius. In particular, the place he chose was the archway. Yang Chen saw it very clearly from inside the Immortal slaying platform. After the archway, there was still a gate to enter the Immortal slaying platform. Outside the gate, including the archway, was outside the Immortal slaying platform. If he hid here, he could go out at any time, instead of being confined by the Immortal slaying platform. With Neza's cultivation, it was really easy for him to hide from the eyes and ears of the heavenly soldiers. Even if he was seriously injured, he could still easily hide his figure. Just from Neza's hiding place, it could be seen that none of these famous experts were easy to deal with. He really didn't know how Yang Jian, who was more famous than Neza, was like. He also didn't know how Ancestor Lu was like. He was really looking forward to it. Previously, when his second primordial spirit was refining the Immortal slaying platform, it was definitely because of Neza. If it wasn't for the fact that he would definitely find Neza after refining the Immortal slaying platform, Neza would not have taken the initiative to show up and attack. Strictly speaking, it was probably Yang Chen who harassed Neza, who was recuperating. It was simply right for him to be taught a lesson by him. If Neza didn't say it, Yang Chen would not have expected that there would be such an accident when he secretly refined the Immortal slaying platform. Thinking about it, he was really unlucky. From the mortal world to the spiritual world to the immortal world. He had been thinking about the Immortal slaying platform. In the end, at the last moment, a completely uncontrollable accident like Neza appeared. Fortunately, Yang Chen withstood Neza's 3 attacks. Neza also found that it was safer and more comfortable in the Mountain River geographical map than in the Immortal slaying platform. It was more suitable for recuperating. Otherwise, he didn't know what the tragic result would be. Didn't you think of sneaking an attack while I was meditating and recuperating? While Yang Chen was thinking, he suddenly heard Neza's voice. He was immediately shocked. Although my cultivation level is not high, I'm not stupid. Since Neza asked, Yang Chen definitely had to answer. Hence, Yang Chen directly said his true thoughts. Senior, you're giving me a lot of face by healing me here. I'm not that ungrateful. Neza's lightning-like gaze swept across Yang Chen's face. He nodded and said, You're not stupid. You're smarter than many guys. I could be sure of that. Also, did you refine this pill yourself? After praising Yang Chen, Neza turned to ask a question about the pill. There was nothing to deny. A large part of Yang Chen's reputation was in alchemy. This was also considered Yang Chen's cooking skill. Hence, Yang Chen nodded and admitted it. If that's the case, I'm afraid there aren't many people at your age and cultivation level who can surpass you in alchemy. Neza was definitely an expert who knew what was good for him. Of course, he knew what the effects of the Ganoderma dew pill he had just eaten were, so he was not stingy with his praise for Yang Chen. Neza knew what kind of injury he was suffering now. If he hadn't met Yang Chen, he was afraid that he would become weaker and weaker due to his injuries in another few thousand years. At that time, he would either take the risk to look for healing pills and be chased by experts in the immortal realm, or his injuries would worsen because he didn't have any healing pills. He could only slowly wait for death in the immortal beheading platform. From this point of view, Yang Chen could be considered to have indirectly saved Neza's life. However, Neza would never reveal this reason. Moreover, Yang Chen was a junior. It was already a grace that he spared Yang Chen's life. How could he ask for more? Moreover, Yang Chen secretly refined the immortal beheading platform. This was definitely not something that could be put on the table. At most, Neza would not say it. It was already extremely benevolent of him to keep this secret for Yang Chen. Yang Chen didn't know this at all. He could only carefully serve this fierce person who could even chase his father to the ends of the earth. He was afraid that if he did anything wrong, this peerless, fierce person would find something to use against him and kill his family. That would not be worth it. Chapter 2532. Regarding his injury, Neza would never tell Yang Chen, who he had just met and whose cultivation level was not high, but combat power was absolutely amazing. His cautious character would never allow such a thing to happen. If it wasn't for the faint aura in the geographical map of Mountain River, a fierce person like Neza would never spare the lives of Yang Chen's family, who knew the news of his injury. As long as the owner of this kind of spatial magic treasure was killed, it was not difficult for Neza to control it with his current cultivation level. But it was also because of the existence of that aura that made Neza make up his mind. After failing to kill Yang Chen with 3 attacks, he spared Yang Chen's life. It had to be said that not killing Yang Chen was a pleasant surprise for him. Who knew that this little guy at the early stage of Golden Immortal could concoct such an amazing medicinal pill? The 8 revolution merit Ganoderma jade pill didn't make Neza's injury any better, but this 8 revolution pill magically prevented Neza's injury from worsening further. In other words, a bottle of 8 revolution pill, which contained no more than 100 pills, stopped Neza's injury from worsening. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. Originally, he thought that he had to find a 9 revolution golden pill concocted by a 9th grade alchemist to make his injury better. He didn't expect that the 8 revolution pill could have such a heaven-defying effect. Based on this point alone, even if Neza killed Yangchen now, he wouldn't do anything. When he was dozing off, someone sent him an excellent pillow. Was there anything more wonderful than this? Neza didn't move, and the aura that made Neza afraid also didn't move. Neza knew very well why, so he calmly accepted this silent, tacit understanding. Both sides were now at peace. Since he had already accepted this tacit understanding, Neza didn't have any other thoughts and just stayed in this safe place to recuperate. What he said before about killing people for Yangchen was not a lie, but the premise was that Yangchen could cure his injury. But now it seemed that Yangchen hadn't met the condition yet. What kind of fire is this? It can actually damage the red armillary sash? Not until then did Neza raise the red armillary sash and send it to Yangchen, letting Yangchen see the little black and white flame that was still flickering on the top of the red armillary sash. Neza had never seen the yin-yang heaven-burning fire, nor had he thought that the fire seed of a little golden immortal could actually damage his red armillary sash. He was very curious. "Junior," Neza asked about the yin-yang heaven-burning fire, which made Yangchen embarrassed. Now, Yangchen was the same as Neza. He didn't dare to completely trust the other party. He was only forced to take the risk because of the situation. In this case, how could Yangchen tell Neza about his only trump card that could restrain the opponent's magic weapon, the yin-yang heaven-burning fire? Therefore, he was a little hesitant when he answered, "You don't have to say anything more." Neza also understood what Yangchen meant. He was a little embarrassed to bully the weak. If he still wanted to take advantage of Yangchen on this at this time, he couldn't do it. So he directly refused Yangchen's hesitant answer and just made a deal with Yangchen. "What's the condition? You can take back this fire seed?" The peerless villain Neza was talking about conditions with him? Yangchen really didn't think that there would be such a day, but it was really a good opportunity, wasn't it? Junior's lifelong wish is to know all the fire seeds in the world. Yangchen immediately said his condition. In fact, it was not particularly difficult. He just took a fancy to the yin-yang heaven-burning fire seed on Neza's firestorm wheels at this moment. "Senior, the yin-yang heaven-burning fire seed on the firestorm wheels is a rare treasure in the world. Junior is willing to exchange it with another medicine that I exclusively refined. If you dare to die, I dare to bury you. Deal." Neza was very surprised. He didn't expect that Yangchen would make such a request. If Yangchen only wanted the yin-yang heaven-burning fire seed, Neza probably wouldn't be willing. However, Yangchen added another medicine that he exclusively refined, which made Neza curious and directly agreed to exchange. However, the yin-yang heaven-burning fire seed was not an ordinary fire seed. Even in the immortal world, it was a super fire seed that ranked in the top 50. Neza didn't think that Yangchen could easily take it, so he said that he would dare to bury you if you dare to die. Of course, to be safe, Neza still said the ugly words first. "You have to take out your medicine first. The firestorm wheels are right in front of me. I'll give you 1 month. Whether you can take the fire seed or not depends on your ability and luck. If you still can't take it in 1 month, then when this younger generation, Junior, didn't say this." Yangchen immediately followed the lead and agreed. What a joke! The yin-yang heaven-burning fire seed on the firestorm wheels was a powerful attacking fire seed that many people dreamed of. Now that it was right in front of him, how could he let it go? Neza heard very clearly that Yangchen didn't say that he refined the medicine himself. He only said that he refined the medicine himself, so when he answered, he also used Neza's medicine instead of his elixir. When Neza saw the medicine that Yang Qin took out, he finally understood why Yang Qin didn't say that it was an elixir. Of course, what Yang Qin took out was the 8 Revolutions Virtuous Internal Inspection Liquid. It was a soup, not an elixir. Moreover, it wasn't a soup that could be taken orally. This was also a very novel thing for Neza, especially during the process of taking the medicine. Neza actually had to use his natal magic weapon to inject the internal inspection liquid into his blood vessels. This surprised Neza even more. What surprised Yang Qin was that Neza didn't seem to have any doubts about the internal inspection liquid that Yang Qin refined. After listening to Yang Qin's introduction of how to use it, he immediately used the fire-tipped spear to inject the 8 Revolutions Virtuous Internal Inspection liquid into his body. Then he began to feel the effect of the medicine. When Neza's mind clearly reflected everything that was going on in his body, he was shocked. This medicinal liquid was so magical that it could allow him to explore the most subtle situation in his body. This alone benefited Neza a lot. He clearly knew how serious the injury in his body was. Even because he knew it very thoroughly, he could even use his spiritual power to slowly nourish and repair some of the less serious and more subtle injuries. For Neza, even if only a small part of the injury in his body was repaired, it meant that his overall injury was better than before. Originally, the Ganoderma mushroom dew pill stopped his injury from worsening. Now, the internal inspection liquid could even help him recover a little. This recovery was about 1% of Neza's strength recovery. How could Neza not be overjoyed? From now on, I will temporarily lend you the Firestorm wheels for a month. After feeling the situation in his body, Neza put the Firestorm wheels in front of him and said to Yang Qin. He closed his eyes and began to repair the subtle injuries that he could repair. Chapter 2533. Big Profit. Yang Qin didn't know how to describe his current mood, because his fire seed had been burning on Neza's red armillary sash. Neza couldn't ask him to take it back, nor could he force him to take it back. So he proposed this deal. As a result, Yang Qin got the opportunity to collect the yin-yang wind fire easily. If it were other ordinary fire cultivators, it would be impossible to collect the yin-yang wind fire in a month. This kind of powerful and overbearing high-level fire seed ranked in the top 50 in the Immortal world. It was impossible to think about it without a few years or decades. It was estimated that Neza had the same idea. Anyway, the opportunity was given to Yang Qin. If Yang Qin couldn't collect it himself, then Neza couldn't be blamed. It was just to let Yang Qin take back the reward of the yin-yang heaven-burning fire. If Yang Qin could get it, it was his ability. If he couldn't get it, it was normal. Looking at the 2 Firestorm wheels placed in front of Neza waiting for him to collect the fire seed, Yang Qin didn't rush to start immediately, but first took back his yin-yang heaven-burning fire. Neza found himself a way out, but he couldn't let the red armillary sash really suffer any damage. After all, the master in front of him was a ruthless man who didn't even give face to his father. Yang Qin didn't think that taking out a few elixirs could make Neza grateful. Obviously, Neza felt the disappearance of the fire on the red armillary sash. Even with his eyes closed, he nodded slightly. This action passed several messages to Yang Qin. One was that he knew that Yang Qin had taken back the yin-yang heaven-burning fire. The other was also a vague warning. Although he was trying his best to heal himself, he still knew the movements around him. He didn't know what kind of fierce battle he had experienced in that year, and how many masters the new heavenly court had sent to besiege Neza to make him suffer such a serious injury. However, one thing was certain. The new heavenly court had definitely paid a heavy price to injure Neza like this. Even in his previous life, when Yang Qin occasionally mentioned it to some of his fellow Taoists from the Immortal world, many experts kept it a secret and didn't dare to recall the situation back then. This showed how tragic the battle back then was. Yang Qin was non-committal. Anyway, he never had any bad thoughts about Neza from beginning to end. What a joke! This kind of ancestor-level figure, would there be any problems if they were to carefully serve him? How would they dare to have other thoughts? Yang Qin was not the kind of person who was tired of living. Moreover, As long as Neza was in the Mountain River geographical map, the power of the map would be abnormally strong. Only a fool would have other thoughts for such a good treasure. His second primordial spirit had already begun to refine the Immortal slaying platform. Without Neza's resistance, the refining process went smoothly. The heavenly soldiers were immersed in the joy of cultivation and did not notice any changes in the Immortal slaying platform. In fact, there was no change in the Immortal slaying platform during the refining process. Only when one reached the cultivation level of Neza and happened to be in the Immortal slaying platform would he notice that everything was normal. Yang Chen sat opposite Neza without any precaution and began to touch the windfire wheels. There was only 1 month, and it was impossible to collect it quickly using ordinary methods. Yang Chen directly used the most ruthless, direct, and shocking method, which was to release the yin-yang fire dragons. The 2 fire dragons opened their mouths beside the 2 windfire wheels and swallowed the yin-yang windfire one by one. This method was equivalent to directly absorbing the yin-yang windfire into the body without any buffer. If such a method was used in the mortal world or the spiritual world, Yang Chen would definitely end up being directly ignited by the yin-yang windfire and turning into flying ashes. However, since he was already in the immortal world, and Yang Chen had already absorbed the furnace fire of heaven and earth and the karmic fire of all beings, the threat of the yin-yang windfire was relatively small. The yin-yang windfire seeds were absorbed by the yin-yang fire dragons at the same time and then entered Yang Chen's body. Yang Chen relied on the protection of the yin-yang burning heaven fire to forcibly refine them. In an instant, Yang Chen's body seemed to have turned into a piece of burning charcoal. The temperature rose sharply, and his whole body became fiery red. That was to say, Yang Chen's golden body technique had reached the advanced level. Otherwise, this alone was enough to turn Yang Chen into flying ashes. Countless spiritual power poured into Yang Chen's body from the spiritual vein square where Yang Chen sat. Under Yang Chen's control, the 2 windfire seeds were completely suppressed and refined. Time was tight. Yang Chen couldn't care about anything else. He completely used the yin-yang 5 elements secret art to stimulate the spiritual power and used a large number of spiritual veins outside to refine the windfire seeds. The 2 windfire seeds were quickly suppressed and tamed and slowly integrated into Yang Chen's body, becoming a part of the yin-yang burning heaven fire. Yang Chen's body also slowly returned to normal from the fiery state. When everything was natural, the 2 windfire seeds had been completely refined. Then Yang Chen did not stop, and the yin-yang fire dragons once again absorbed a trace and continued to refine. Yang Chen's body began a cycle of fiery red, and then slowly cooled down and became a natural process. Neza was obviously aware of the state of Yang Chen. He opened his eyes and looked at Yang Chen with some surprise, and then closed his eyes to heal himself. According to Yang Chen's performance at the moment, in a month's time, I am afraid that Yang Chen can really collect the yin-yang fire seeds. He didn't know what kind of cultivation method Yang Chen cultivated. At least in the eyes of Neza, it was not as simple as the ordinary yellow turban strongman body refining technique. No matter how evil Yang Chen's performance was, it was also the reward that he promised to give to Yang Chen. Neza was fierce, but he would not go to the point of not keeping his words. A month's time passed in a blink of an eye. However, in less than a month, Yang Chen had already absorbed enough yin and yang fire seeds, and actively stopped the action of absorbing fire seeds from the wind and fire wheels. In the next few days, Yang Chen was healing himself and waiting for Neza to wake up. Originally, the 2 fire seeds of the level of yin-yang fire and wind could still bring some improvement to Yang Chen, but Yang Chen suppressed it all and waited for the next breakthrough opportunity. To be honest, you surprised me very much. Neza was very punctual. He said he would do it for a month. He didn't give any less or more. He just opened his eyes at that time, looked at Yang Chen, and said with some emotion, I don't know how many years it has been since a junior of your cultivation could surprise me like this. It was not that Neza was arrogant. In fact, when he was at his peak, a junior like Yongqin didn't even have the chance to see Neza, let alone let him see it in his eyes and remember it in his heart. I take this as a compliment to me, senior. Yongqin smiled and bowed slightly. Thank you, senior. You don't need to thank me. You deserve it. Neza looked at Yongqin deeply again and closed his eyes again. Chapter 2534. Seeing that Neza closed his eyes again, Yongqin couldn't help but say, Senior, although this junior doesn't have a medicinal pill that can completely cure your injury, there's a way to make senior recover faster. I don't know if senior is willing to believe in this junior. Neza opened his eyes quickly as expected. Although there was no eagerness in his eyes, this slight movement had already explained his mood. What is it? The method that Yongqin mentioned was thought of when he was nourishing the 3-star alchemy furnace these days. Everything was related to Neza's attributes. If it wasn't for Neza's unique physique, Yongqin's method probably wouldn't work. According to the legend, Neza's current body wasn't a physical body, but a fake body refined by lotus roots. It had powerful magic power and lacked the shackles of a physical body. Yongqin's method was also aimed at Neza's unique body. Most of the 3-star alchemy furnace was made of wood. In the case of serious damage, it could rely on refining various medicinal materials to refine various elixirs to slowly nourish and recover. Theoretically speaking, it was the same as Neza's recovery. However, this method was much slower than directly taking the 9 cycles golden elixir, but it was safer. There was no need to worry that the effect of the 9 cycles golden elixir would be too strong for the injury to bear. As long as Neza was treated as a 3-star alchemy furnace and slowly nourished by various medicinal materials and absorbed various medicinal effects from the alchemy, he could still recover little by little no matter how serious his injury was. When Yongqin said his own method, he still apologized. This younger generation junior's method may have offended the senior. Please forgive me. It was not an ordinary offense to treat Neza as an alchemy furnace, so Yongqin had to say it first to avoid Neza's misunderstanding. Neza fell into deep thought, thinking about the reason behind it and whether it was good for him or not. Neza was indeed Neza. He was decisive. Even if it was related to him, he was very straightforward and didn't hesitate at all. Whether it works or not, it doesn't depend on your words. Neza said coolly, I'm not an alchemist, and I don't want to know the reason behind it. Won't you know the effect after trying it first? What should we do? As soon as he came up, he decided to try. Even Yongqin had to admire Neza's straightforwardness. If it was Yongqin facing a junior who didn't know whether he was an enemy or not, he might not have the courage to enter someone else's alchemy furnace to be refined. But Neza dared, and he didn't hesitate at all. Neza, who was placed in the furnace, was so decisive. As an alchemist, Yongqin naturally could not be at a disadvantage. He immediately began to prepare. However, before the official start, Yongqin still had to say some words in the front, so as not to be misunderstood by Neza. Senior, this younger generation junior's pill furnace can't withstand the fierce fire of alchemy. I can only use some basic medicinal materials to refine some of the most basic, low-level medicinal pills. Junior doesn't know the severity of Senior's injury, so Junior also suggests that you start with the most basic pill. The effect at the beginning may not be very good, so Senior must be aware of this. It's all right. Neza waved his hand and said, I know my injury well. You just need to do what you normally do. After saying this, Neza paused and suddenly said, Give me some more of that medicinal liquid. I want to see the effect. Internal inspection liquid. Yongqin said the name of the medicinal liquid in time, and then respectfully handed over dozens of jade bottles. These were all 8 Revolution Merit internal inspection liquid, enough for Neza to use for hundreds of times. When Yongqin took out the 3-star alchemy furnace, Neza carefully observed the alchemy furnace he was about to enter and suddenly found something. His face showed an incredible look. He looked at Yongqin incredulously and asked, Is this refined by the 3 old guys? Neza was indeed an expert with excellent eyesight. Without Yang Chen's explanation, he could tell that the 3-star alchemy furnace was extraordinary. Seeing that Yang Chen nodded and admitted it, Neza couldn't help but think highly of Yang Chen again. If you only look at magic weapons, I'm afraid that more than half of the people in the mortal world are not as good as you. Since it's a furnace made by the 3 old guys, I guess your method will work. Let's start. Neza suddenly became full of confidence. Yang Chen knew very well that it was not because of himself, but because of the alchemy furnace made by the 3 stars. But this was also good. No matter who the reason was, it was good for Yang Chen that Neza's confidence could be greatly increased. As a doctor who was good at alchemy, no one knew better than Yang Chen what effect a patient's confidence would have on his recovery. The fire-tipped spear, the heaven and earth ring, the armillary sash, and the firestorm wheels were all put away by Neza. When Yang Chen enlarged the 3-star alchemy furnace, Neza also shrank a lot and went into the furnace. Looking at this scene, Yang Chen really felt a little funny. He had heard of cultivators being put into the alchemy furnace before, but that was to refine the cultivator, not like today, but to heal the cultivator's wounds. From this point of view, it made Yang Chen realize that the means were not necessarily the same. The means of killing people were not necessarily the means of saving people. God Neza probably never thought that one day he would be sealed in an alchemy cauldron and refined like a pill. There was a first time for everything. It seemed like God Neza was very open about it and acted very relaxed. However, Yang Chen didn't dare to be so relaxed. He carefully put in the medicine, and then used the most basic fire seed to refine step by step using the most orthodox method. After all, Neza was watching everything in detail. At least, Yang Chen couldn't perform too badly and let Neza laugh at him. The basic medicine didn't take long for Yang Chen. In less than 2 hours, he completely completed the refining this time. Of course, it was the reverse refining, forcing the medicine into the alchemy furnace and Neza's body. Neza would definitely find it strange that there was such a way of refining alchemy. During the refining process, Neza used the internal inspection liquid from the beginning, wanting to see the changes of the medicine after it entered his body. After the furnace was opened, Yang Chen didn't know how the effect would be for the time being, but judging from Neza's expression, it wouldn't have any side effects. For Yang Chen, as long as Neza wasn't hurt, he would burn incense in gratitude. If he wanted Neza to recover, there would probably only be an obvious effect when he refined high-grade ammunition. Your method is good. It's a little better than me healing myself. Unexpectedly, Neza expressed his satisfaction. In addition, you can also use your method to maintain the alchemy furnace on me. Chapter 2535. Neza's request stunned Yang Chen. To be honest, apart from Yang Chen himself, Yang Chen had never seen another practitioner use this method of refining magic weapons to refine his body. Even Yang Chen himself did this after integrating the golden bell into his body. Gao Yu, who cultivated the heaven and earth treasure cultivation technique the most, had never used this method to cultivate. Of course, Yang Chen was stunned for a moment, but he immediately recovered. Who was Neza? That was the Lotus incarnation, which was the most powerful magic weapon. If the magic weapon was damaged, no elixir could compare to the best cultivation technique to repair it. Using the heaven and earth treasure cultivation technique was simply a match made in heaven. No wonder Yang Chen thought that his way of maintaining the alchemy furnace might not be of much use, but Neza thought that it was useful. The fundamental reason was still this. Yang Chen thought that Neza's body was the Lotus incarnation, but he did not completely imagine that Neza was an incarnation magic weapon, and that the most effective way to maintain the magic weapon was to use it. Thinking of this, Yang Chen could not help but slap his forehead. He thought that he had thought it through enough, but he still missed the most important point. Fortunately, Neza discovered it himself and brought it up. Naturally, Yang Chen agreed without hesitation. When Neza made this request, he was actually a little anxious. If there was only Yangqin here, he would naturally do whatever he wanted, even if he had to kill Yangqin, as long as he could get that cultivation technique. Unfortunately, there was still an existence in the mountain river geographical map that he was afraid of that had not appeared. So many things could not be done according to Neza's own ideas. Everyone knew that the cultivation technique of others was a secret. Unless it was a close relative, no one else had the chance to know it. Even close relatives might not have this opportunity. For example, Neza's father, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, could not even think about knowing anything about Neza's cultivation. Yangqin also had his own secrets. Neza had personally experienced the effect of the heaven and earth treasure cultivation secret art, but he really couldn't force Yangqin to tell him his secret art in front of the powerful man who made him feel uneasy. Therefore, he could only use a slightly pleading method to see if he could get Yangqin to help. Since Senior is interested, Junior will naturally not refuse. Yangqin agreed without hesitation. In order to make Neza feel at ease, he even used the heaven and earth treasure cultivation technique on Neza. Neza was definitely surprised. If it was him, he would definitely not be as straightforward as Yangqin. Seeing that Yangqin had already started, Neza didn't disappoint Yangqin. He sat down with his legs crossed, closed his eyes, and quietly let Yangqin do it. It didn't take long for the heaven and earth treasure cultivation secret art to maintain a magic treasure. Even though Neza's lotus incarnation was the top magic treasure in the immortal realm, it was completed in half the normal time. Yangqin stopped the incantation and quietly waited for Neza's reaction. It really works. Neza opened his eyes and showed a long-lost smile on his face. This was one of the few rare smiles that Neza showed when Yangqin saw Neza. It was very rare. Then Neza immediately added, "However, the effect is not as good as in your alchemy cauldron. Maybe those basic medicinal materials still have some effect. Of course, the alchemy cauldron made by the three old men is also useful." In the end, Neza was already talking to Yangqin in a probing tone. At this time, the relationship between Neza and Yangqin was really like that between a patient and an alchemist. There was no other thing mixed in it. Seniority and cultivation were all thrown aside. It was related to the recovery of Neza's injuries, so he was more concerned about it than anyone else. Then we'll stick to that method in the future. When we make pills, we'll use the current method to maintain the alchemy cauldron and the seniors. Yangqin also nodded and agreed. Although Neza was a lotus incarnation, it was a body that he was used to using. It couldn't be completely regarded as a magic treasure. Some methods still had to be followed by the old way of using alchemy. The best way was to use both methods at the same time. "What incantation did you use just now?" Neza finally couldn't help asking what he wanted to ask the most. "Can I exchange it from you? You can set any conditions." If he relied on Yangqin to use this incantation all the time, Neza might not be able to leave Yangqin in a short time. He could only rely on Yangqin. This was something that Neza, who was used to being presumptuous, couldn't bear. Therefore, the best way was to learn from Yangqin. Even if Yangqin made some unreasonable requests, Neza was willing to agree. Of course, all this was for the sake of the peerless master in the mountain river geographical map. This is the incantation that my master taught me personally. My master also learned it from others. I'm afraid it's not convenient to teach it to others. Yangqin didn't hide anything and said directly, "I'm afraid it's impossible for Senior to be apprenticed to me, so..." Yangqin didn't need to say anything else. The meaning was already very clear. What kind of guy has such a big rule? Neza's expression suddenly changed, but he still didn't immediately turn hostile. On the one hand, it was for the sake of the peerless master. On the other hand, although Neza didn't respect his father, he was definitely a person who respected his master. He was quite filial to his master. This was related to the rules of the sect, so Neza really had no reason to turn hostile. He said, What's the name of this incantation? If I know its origin, I'll go and talk to that old guy personally. In Neza's eyes, Yongqin was just a junior who had just ascended. His master definitely didn't have much seniority. What he learned from others was at most learned from a guy in the immortal world. With Neza's prestige, even the heavenly court was secretly tracking his whereabouts. If he really stood in front of a guy, that guy would probably become a soft-footed shrimp. As long as he could deal with the old guy, would he be afraid that he couldn't deal with Yongqin? The full name of this incantation is Heaven and Earth Treasure Cultivation Incantation. Since Neza said so, Yongqin didn't mind telling him some details. He said, "My master was imparted to me by the Tao ancestor's personal disciple and got permission from that person. If you want to learn it, as long as that person agrees, I will definitely give it to you with both hands." Heaven and Earth Treasure Cultivation Incantation? Neza was shocked when he heard this name. Yongqin didn't know what the Tao ancestor's secret incantation was, but Neza was very clear about it, especially when Yongqin clearly told him that it was learned from the Tao ancestor's personal disciple. Neza was even more shocked. Tao ancestor? Neza saw the Tao ancestor enter the immortal beheading platform with his own eyes. Even someone as reckless as Neza asked with a trembling voice, "Tao ancestor has a personal disciple?" Chapter 2536. Yes, Yongqin answered firmly. If I hadn't kowtowed at that time, I'm afraid there would have been 2 personal disciples of the Tao ancestor. If he did not take the opportunity to tell Neza about his background and make him not have the thought of killing him at any time, Yongqin would not be Yongqin. Therefore, Yongqin naturally followed Neza's question and vaguely pointed out his great backer. Indeed, when Neza faced the real big shot, the Tao ancestor, he was completely convinced. No matter how presumptuous he was and how he looked down on everyone in the world, there were always a few exceptions. In Neza's eyes, there were only a few exceptions. His master, perfected Tai, Yongjian, Lu Chunying, and of course, the Tao ancestor was definitely one of them. Finally, after thinking for a long time, Neza sighed and said, "If I'm a disciple of the Tao ancestor, I don't care. However, my master is still here now, and I don't plan to betray the sect for the time being. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you in the future." The latter sentence was obviously indicating that he no longer wanted the universe treasure-nurturing art. Instead, he wanted to rely on Yongqin to help him temper his body. At the same time, Neza's tone was obviously no longer as high and mighty as before. He still had the airs of a senior, but he already had a tone of discussing with Yongqin. Of course, Yongqin was happy to see Neza's change. From the moment he saw Neza until now, Yongqin had been trembling with fear and trepidation. Now, Yongqin could finally heave a sigh of relief. Neza, the great god in the Mountain River geographical map, Yongqin was also worried. He was able to survive these days because he knew that big brother Li Cheng had always been here to support him secretly. However, these could only make Neza afraid for a while and could not make him really see himself as a character. Now he had finally achieved this wish. Even if brother Li Cheng was not around, Neza would not have the intention to kill him. "Don't worry, what I promised before is still valid." Neza took the initiative to mention the previous condition. "Help me heal my injuries, and I'll help you kill a few people. Now you can slowly think about which ones you want to kill." Neza's conditions were indeed extraordinary. Yongqin wished he could cure Neza now and let him kill the current Jade Emperor. Unfortunately, Neza's injuries were too severe. It was not something that could be done in a day or 2. He could only rely on painstaking methods to recover bit by bit. In Yongqin's opinion, there are many things that he did not need to think about in the next few hundred years. This was the most ideal situation. However, it was great news for Neza. His injuries were so severe that he could not stop them from worsening, even after enduring them for thousands of years. When it came to Yongqin, under ideal circumstances, he would only need a few hundred years to recover and become the god of slaughter that shocked the world again. If it was Neza who was hiding in the Immortal Executioner's platform, it would really be a good thing. During this period of time, Neza must have been hiding in the Mountain River geographical map. With such a peerless master around, the Mountain River geographical map would increase more than 1,000 people, including Madame Bai. Although Madame Bai and the others were also infinite tribulation true immortals, there was still a difference between them. Neza alone could rank in the top 20 in the entire immortal realm. He was definitely more powerful than Madame Bai and the others. Moreover, Neza was here. If Yang Chen encountered any stupid guy who wanted to harm Yang Chen, Neza would definitely take the initiative to help him solve the problem. To be honest, even in his current state, there were not many enemies that Neza could not solve. If Yang Chen could get in touch with Madame Bai again during this period of time, it would be even more perfect if Madame Bai could find Ancestor LV. Both sides would benefit from it. Of course, the cooperation would be very harmonious. Neza was quite cooperative. When it was time for treatment, he would cooperate with whatever Yang Chen said. If other people who knew Neza's fierce name saw him, they would definitely doubt their own eyes. They would wonder if they had fallen into someone else's trap and fell into an illusion. Such a gentle cultivator who talked and laughed with Yang Chen without putting on airs of a senior was Neza, who was famous in the 3 realms. Was this a joke? Who was the one who had disguised himself? In the Mountain River geographical map, Yang Chen cultivated, refined magic treasures, and treated Neza's wounds every day. In the same way, Neza also cultivated and healed. Even in his spare time, Neza would drink a few cups with Yang Chen in the magnificent 5 Elements Dragon Palace. Neza, who hated the Dragon Clan for his whole life, lived in the Dragon Clan's palace, which belonged to a human cultivator. This feeling was sometimes more comfortable than a breakthrough in cultivation. Outside the Mountain River geographical map, the second primordial spirit was still refining the immortal slaying platform, step by step. Without Neza's obstruction, the refining process was quite smooth. It seemed that the preliminary refining of the immortal slaying platform would be completed in a few years. Yang Chen ascended to the immortal realm with the heavy responsibility of finding a good place for his sect. It was impossible for him to stay in the immortal slaying platform for a long time. However, Yang Chen also knew that after what happened in the spiritual realm, it would definitely be very difficult for Yang Chen to find a satisfactory place for his sect. Almost all the cultivators in the spiritual realm knew that the 3 barren places that Yang Chen found at the beginning, the Sunset Rock, the Linyang River, and the Hatred-Parting Sea, eventually became the last barrier of the entire spiritual realm. They became the richest and most suitable place for a sect apart from the major sect in the spiritual realm. Therefore, as long as Yang Chen found a place in the immortal slaying platform, no matter how barren the place was, the owner of the place would not let it go easily. On the contrary, they would immediately develop it vigorously. Everyone knew that Yang Chen was the executioner of the immortal slaying platform. Back then, the new heavenly court had sent countless important figures into the immortal slaying platform. Which of those important figures didn't have any secrets? The secrets that the experts outside couldn't dig out no matter what, and the important figures didn't want to bury it before they died. They would definitely tell the executioner Yang Chen. Just this alone was enough to tempt 90% of the cultivators in the immortal realm. Now, Yang Chen was still on the immortal slaying platform in the capital of the heavenly court. Apart from being the commander of the immortal slaying platform, he was also the son-in-law of heavenly Lord Zhou. No matter how tempted they were, they didn't have the guts to cause trouble for a public official in the capital of the heavenly court. In any case, Yang Chen couldn't stay on the immortal slaying platform forever. Everyone was waiting for such an opportunity. This was something Yang Chen knew very well. Right, senior, when I first ascended, someone used Heavenly King Li's pagoda to rope me in. Yang Chen and Neza got along very well. Only then did Yang Chen reveal the news. Those people claimed that Heavenly King Li's pagoda is in their hands. Chapter 25:37. There was a reason why Yang Chen had mentioned Heavenly King Li's pagoda to Neza. According to Yang Chen's knowledge, the only thing Neza feared in the immortal world was Heavenly King Li's pagoda. This was also why Heavenly King Li had been able to survive Neza's pursuit. Neza was now heavily injured. Aside from worrying about being hunted down by immortal world cultivators, he was most afraid that someone would use Heavenly King Li's pagoda against him. For Neza, this was a huge threat. He had to get rid of it as soon as possible. No matter who held onto the pagoda, they'd become Neza's mortal enemy. Do you think the Zhao family would be so kind as to willingly give Heavenly King Li's pagoda to Yang Qin? To put it bluntly, weren't they just trying to rope in Yang Qin and cause trouble for Yang Qin? If Yang Qin accepted Yang Chen's offer, he'd become Neza's mortal enemy. What good would it do if Neza set his sights on him? The Zhao family had a good plan, but Yang Chen wasn't stupid. They wanted to hand over such a hot potato to Yang Chen. How could Yang Chen possibly let them off easy? If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to humiliate them in front of Neza, when would he? The Zhao family? Good, good. Neza nodded non-committally and said good twice in a row. It didn't sound like much, but Yang Chen felt a chill run down his spine. These fellows from the Zhao family were in trouble. Neza could allow him to hunt down Heavenly King Li, and he could tolerate Yang Chen killing Heavenly King Li. However, he wouldn't allow any random person to use Heavenly King Li's pagoda to swindle others, especially when the pagoda was the natural bane of Neza's existence. Yang Chen knew not to overdo it, so he didn't say anything else after revealing this piece of information. Neza began to take the initiative to ask about the Zhao family. Yang Chen did not hide it. He told him about the storm stirred up by the Zhao family from the mortal world to the spiritual world. He didn't even hide the fact that he took the opportunity to let Gong Sunling refine the demon realm and the monster realm. Anyway, many people already knew about this matter. There was no need to offend Neza on such an insignificant matter. Neza listened calmly and pondered for a while before asking. In that case, I've been getting more and more irritated recently because of the accumulation of devil qi and demonic qi. It's not that fast. Yang Qin shook his head and denied it with a smile. These days, Yang Qin also dared to smile in front of Neza. This was a huge improvement. The Mountain River geographical map has merged the devil realm and the monster realm. It has absorbed a lot of devil qi and monster qi. The density of devil qi and demonic qi here is already very high. That should be what Senior sensed. It's not that bad outside. This will only encourage the arrogance of devil cultivators. What are you after? After all, Neza was a master among masters. He understood the reason after thinking carefully. He couldn't help but ask, "You're from the Dao sect. Are you really planning to join your concubines in the devil sect?" It was Yang Qin who told him about Lady Fanghua. Since he wanted to tell him thoroughly. He also told Neza about Yang Chen's family, so that Neza wouldn't accidentally kill them when he went out to kill people. Balance. What I want is balance. Yang Qin answered quickly. His answer was very formal and serious. This world can't only have one pole. If there's yin, there's yang. If there's good, there's evil. If there's Dao cultivators, there should be devil cultivators. That big shot thinks that everyone is good by nature. Unfortunately, the world is not like this. In fact, I think Senior sensed that if this continues, I'm afraid the three realms will collapse. I know who you're talking about, Neza suddenly laughed. Hearing this, Neza suddenly laughed. At first, it was just a faint smile, but then it became a loud laughter as if it was the funniest thing in the world. No wonder she stayed in the immortal world for so many years and couldn't become a sage. It turns out that she did such a great evil. Haha, that Senior's intention is good. She just didn't use the right method. At this time, Yang Chen had to explain some things patiently. After all, Brother Li Cheng worked so hard to deal with the aftermath of that Senior. No matter what, he was on that Senior's side. Yang Qin couldn't completely agree with Neza's attitude. In fact, it's an indisputable fact that you, including Senior, have enjoyed that expert's protection for many years. Senior, you really don't need to be like this. You've done many bad things with good intentions, haven't you? Neza seemed to have listened to Yang Chen's advice. Although he was still laughing, his voice was much softer. But you're right. I've also enjoyed many years of benefits, but I can't stay out of it. Oh well, I'll take part in this. And I'll also take part in the merit. Neza's willingness to join was exactly what Yang Chen wanted. Of course, he nodded hurriedly. He was also very curious about the person that Neza mentioned. But since Neza didn't say, Yang Chen really couldn't ask. He could only keep it in his heart and kept complaining. These experts were all so mysterious. Brother Li Cheng and Neza knew who that person was, but they didn't say it. It made people feel depressed for no reason. In addition, Yang Chen was interested in another word that Neza revealed, becoming a saint. What was becoming a saint? Was there a higher level above the infinite tribulation, true immortal? Unfortunately, Neza revealed it by accident. Before Yang Chen asked, Neza had already closed his eyes and started to heal his wounds, ignoring him. Yang Chen could only suppress his curiosity and put his mind on refining the immortal slaying platform and healing Neza's wounds again. Neza was not like Big Brother Li Cheng, nor was he like the dragon race's big sister Aolan and the others. Neza might have promised them nicely now, but if something really made him unhappy, he would definitely fall out immediately. It was best to serve him carefully. Without Neza to resist and refine the immortal slaying platform, the refining speed had been very fast. Unknowingly, more than 50 years had passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Yang Chen had just refined Neza and the alchemy furnace at the same time. Suddenly, he felt relieved. It was because his second primordial spirit had finally completed the initial refining of the immortal slaying platform. Finally, he had time to rest. Yang Chen instantly got the news, and his heart was also happy. For the past 50 years, Yang Chen had been refining pills and cultivating every day. What he refined was no longer basic pills, but third revolution pills. The number of fire seeds that the alchemy furnace could bear had also increased from the first grade to the third grade. All of them had greatly improved. The 3-star alchemy furnace finally looked like a furnace. It was just that Yang Chen did not refine pills normally, but refine them in reverse. If he really needed it, this alchemy furnace could already be used. Neza, who was seriously injured, had also changed a lot. In the past 50 years, under the influence of the universe treasure nurturing technique and various medicinal qi, Neza's injuries that he could heal on his own had been completely healed. Almost 1/10 of his strength had been restored. Chapter 2538. It was only 1/10 of the original foundation, which sounded insignificant, but even if it was only 1/10, 99% of the cultivators in the immortal realm would be killed instantly when they faced Neza. If Yang Chen had met Neza in this state, he would have been pierced by the fire-tipped spear. He would not have had the chance to use the yin-yang heavenly burning fire, nor would he have had the chance to take the blow of the universe ring. Even if he could hold on until the end, the universe ring would have beaten Yang Chen into a pulp. It must be said that this was Yang Chen's luck. Yang Chen's luck was good. When he met Neza, he was almost at his weakest. Otherwise, none of this would have happened. In 50 years, with the support of the powerful spiritual vein and the help of the primordial pill, Yang Chen's cultivation had reached the peak of the early stage of Golden Immortal. He was only one step away from the middle stage of Golden Immortal. His cultivation of spiritual power had increased a lot, but his divine sense cultivation had not made any progress in these years. Firstly, his divine sense cultivation had reached the early stage of infinitely tribulation, true immortal. It was not easy to improve it. Secondly, because of Neza, Yang Chen had not had divine sense dual cultivation with his wives for a long time. This was also one of the reasons. The last reason for staying on the immortal slaying platform had been completed. Yang Chen had no reason to stay any longer. He still had no clue about the mountain gate of Chunying Palace. Yang Chen ordered the heavenly soldiers. left the Immortal slaying platform with his wives and concubines, and went straight to the Lord of Heaven's mansion. He came to the Lord of Heaven's mansion to say goodbye to Zhou Tianjun. At the same time, he wanted to ask Zhou Tianjun how he could get a suitable mountain gate. It's difficult. After hearing the reason for Yang Chen's visit, Zhou Tianjun frowned and shook his head. He was very clear about Yang Chen's situation. If he did not have such a relationship with his beloved daughter, it was estimated that Zhou Tianjun himself would try to get some benefits from Yang Chen's mouth. Even Zhou Tianjun thought so, let alone others. No matter where you go, you'll be rejected. Zhou Tianjun shook his head and said, "Don't even think about a place with an owner. Even if you were willing to tell the sect some secrets, they might not be willing to let you occupy a potential feng shui treasure land. Don't tell me you want Chunyang Palace to be located on a wasteland with nothing." Yang Chen smiled bitterly. This was his own trouble. There were no fools amongst cultivators. Back in the spirit plane, he had managed to gain a great advantage. Thus, there was no way he would use the same move a second time. Now that he was in the immortal plane, there was no way he would be able to do the same. However, Zhou Tianjun's words just inadvertently said a few words gave Yang Chen inspiration. It's not easy to find a territory with an owner, right? Yang Chen immediately became excited and asked happily, then wouldn't it be easy to find a place without an owner? The immortal plane was so big that the mortal world and the spirit plane could not be compared to it. Even if the sect occupied a land that was dozens of times larger than the spirit plane, there was still a lot of space. With the heavenly court in the immortal plane, it was impossible for all the sects to occupy all the land in the immortal plane. Therefore, there were still many empty places. However, the empty places were definitely remote, and there were many unknown dangers hidden in them. After all, this was the immortal plane. Who knew how many ferocious wild cultivators were hiding in the deep mountains and forests? They did not want to deal with the heavenly court and did not like experts who appeared in front of ordinary cultivators. Ordinary cultivators would not easily go to those places if they did not have a reason to die if they did not go there. This was also one of the reasons why many experts of the old heavenly court could not be found in the immortal plane. It was because the heavenly court's jurisdiction was too large and there were too many uninhabited places. If Yang Chen wanted to build the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace in the immortal plane, he could only choose these uninhabited places. Those places are all extremely dangerous. Zhou Tianjun sighed. That was all he could say. He had no reason to help Yang Chen. If this was Yang Chen's private matter, Zhou Tianjun might help. However, this was for the construction of the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace. Zhou Tianjun had no reason to help. It doesn't matter. I've always been lucky. Maybe I can find a few good places. Yang Chen had already thought of a few suitable places in such a short time. However, he had only learned about these places from the immortal beheading platform. He had not seen the specific situation. He did not even have the memory of these places in his previous life. Therefore, Yang Chen could only go there and see it before making a decision. Zhou Tianjun nodded and did not say anything. He had already heard the meaning in Yang Chen's words. Yang Chen already had a choice of places. He also believed that the places Yang Chen had chosen were the most suitable places to build a mountain gate. As the only executioner who had ascended to the immortal plane, Yang Chen knew too much. Be careful, Zhou Tianjun said as he gave Zhou Xianying a batch of Dharma treasures that had been carefully refined by experts. When necessary, these things could protect Yang Chen and his family. That was all Zhou Tianjun could do. He couldn't do more. After leaving the Heavenly Lord residence, Yang Chen went straight to the Heavenly Court's Ministry of Personnel to apply for leave. The commander of the immortal beheading platform was a small official. No one cared where he went. Anyway, there had not been any executions of immortals in recent years. Even if there had been, the executioner had already ascended. No one would carry it out. Who would make things difficult for Yang Chen? After exiting the southern heavenly gate, Yang Qin drove the dark sky dark sea shuttle in a certain direction. However, not long after Yang Qin left, dozens of cultivators followed him out of the southern heavenly gate and flew off in different directions on their Dharma treasures. Even though Yang Qin knew that he would definitely attract attention once he left the heavenly court's capital, Yang Qin still underestimated his attractiveness. Not only were there people in the heavenly court's capital keeping an eye on Yang Qin, but there were also many sect members outside the capital keeping an eye on him. Once they found traces of Yang Qin, they would quietly follow him. Given Yang Qin's current cultivation, it was impossible for him to avoid the pursuit of so many experts. Yang Qin knew that many people would be interested in his destination, but he did not care. If he could not fight his way out in such an environment, the mountain gate built by the Chunyang Palace would be a joke. If he could not gain a foothold in the immortal world, no matter how many disciples ascended, it would be many times more difficult for a junior to gain a foothold in the immortal world than in the spiritual realm. Fortunately, there were many experts following Yang Qin, but none of them had directly taken action. The life and death of Yang Qin, a little junior, was not a big deal for these cultivators. It was insignificant. However, the things that Yang Qin knew moved countless people. More than 3,000 years ago, the Immortal beheading platform had killed so many important figures. Even if each figure only left behind a little something, it was definitely on the level of the immortal world's treasures. Yang Qin had only flown for a few days before he encountered his first obstacle. Chapter 2539. In fact, the other party did not block Yang Qin's path. Instead, he warned Yang Qin while he was flying, forcing Yang Qin to give in. Master Yang, leave the mountain river geographical map, and I'll spare your life. The erratic voice came from all directions. With Yang Qin's current cultivation base, he couldn't find where the figure of the other party was. It must be a tough one. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for being impolite. Trying to be mysterious, Neza, who was in the mountain river geographical map, heard the other party's voice and said disdainfully. At this moment, Yang Qin had to maintain the elixir furnace and treat Neza. Neza did not want to cause trouble. Don't worry about him. Do what you have to do. In Neza's eyes, his injury was the most important thing in the world at this moment. He could ignore everything else. Since the other party did not even dare to show his face, Neza would not care about such a coward. Yang Qin did not control the mysterious dark sea shuttle at this moment. Instead, he let Gong Sunling control it and flew in the predetermined direction. With the mountain river geographical map, Gong Sunling was almost safe and sound. Yang Qin was not worried. He nodded at Neza, took out the 3-star elixir furnace, and began to refine elixirs. Neza was already very familiar with it. He entered the 3-star elixir furnace and took a comfortable posture inside. He began to enjoy the comfort of refining elixirs of a higher level with a higher fire seed. How dare you! Seeing that the mysterious sky nether sea shuttle was still moving forward at its original speed, ignoring his warning, the expert who had threatened them immediately flared up in anger. The mysterious dark sea shuttle was very fast. Even in the immortal realm, it was considered a super fast Dharma treasure. However, there were exceptions to everything. Dharma treasures were definitely more powerful when used by people with higher cultivation. The immortal beheading saber in Neza's hand and the immortal beheading saber in Yang Qin's hand were definitely different in terms of power. Speed-type Dharma treasures also had this limitation. Similarly, the mysterious Sky Dark Sea Shuttle's speed was linked to its owner's cultivation. The higher Yang Qin's cultivation was, the faster the mysterious Sky Dark Sea Shuttle would be. The other party's flying Dharma treasure might not be of a higher level than the mysterious Sky Dark Sea Shuttle, but the other party's cultivation was much higher than Yang Qin's, so he could clearly surpass Yang Qin's speed. The attack came suddenly. The opponent's magic treasure was obviously supported by a powerful array. The range of the attack was large. In the blink of an eye, it covered a radius of hundreds of miles around the mysterious Sky Dark Sea Shuttle. No matter how fast the shuttle was, It could not escape this area in an instant. At this point, Gong Sunling had to stop flying, put away the shuttle, and then use the Mountain River geographical map to completely take this range attack. Gong Sunling had also learned her lesson. The space that withstood the attacks of the experts was all the space that the living soil had absorbed devil chi and demon chi. Even if these spaces were destroyed, she would not feel distressed. On the contrary, because there was an external force helping to shatter the space, Gong Sunling could slowly absorb a part of these fragments and, at the same time, release the devil chi and demon chi contained in it to the mortal world, the spiritual world and the immortal world. As soon as the defense was activated, Gong Sunling's figure appeared, and the intercepting cultivators appeared instantly. It was not just one cultivator, but a group. There were at least dozens of them, occupying the surrounding positions and surrounding Gong Sunling. With a rough glance, Gong Sunling could roughly see the cultivation of these experts. What surprised Gong Sunling was that most of these experts were only Zenith, Heaven, Golden Immortals, and a small number of them were at the Golden Immortal realm. How could such a group of cultivators stop the high-speed, mysterious Heaven Dark Sea shuttle? Yang Qin is actually a coward, letting a woman show her face in public. What a joke! An arrogant voice sounded, but it was not the one who had threatened before. As the presumptuous voice rang out, the few Golden Immortals slowly moved to the side. An extraordinarily handsome cultivator slowly walked to the front. This was a real expert at the level of Tribulation True Immortal. As soon as he appeared, the aura he released overshadowed all the cultivators present, including Gong Sunling. Her aura was completely suppressed. The opponent's main target was Gong Sunling, and his aura was also aimed at Gong Sunling. However, Gong Sunling's divine sense cultivation had been infinitely close to the level of Tribulation True Immortal a long time ago. In the face of a real Tribulation True Immortal's aura, she really did not feel that she would be completely suppressed and unable to resist. Obviously, the opponent did not expect such a situation. The divine sense skill that he cultivated was special. When facing the cultivators at the same level, he could gain the upper hand in the aura of the divine sense. But he did not expect that a small Golden Immortal Jr. could also withstand the aura of his divine sense, which made him very excited. In particular, Gong Sunling was an extremely beautiful woman. She has been cultivating the beauty heart method of Fairy Chong, E, for a long time. When Gong Sunling arrived in the immortal world, she was even more beautiful and refined, coupled with her excellent root bone. If she was not already Yang Chen's wife, she didn't know how many people would move their hearts that they shouldn't move. This was the case with the guy in front of him. Suddenly, he found that Gong Sunling could resist the pressure of his spiritual awareness, and then he saw Gong Sunling's fairy-like appearance. He was moved for a while. If this beautiful woman was his own Tao companion, how good would that be? Yang Qin has become a coward. Great, Fairy Lu Yin, come with me. I will not treat you badly. The handsome young man who appeared changed his face to a gentle face and said softly, "As long as you follow me, the Mountain River geographical map is still yours. I can guarantee that I will help you solve all your troubles in the future. Don't refuse immediately. You have to think about the consequences of refusing." The other party immediately threatened, "I'm giving you a way out because you are so outstanding. Otherwise, if I kill Yang Chen and all of you, the Mountain River geographical map will still be in my pocket. My husband is refining pills and cannot be disturbed. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. Don't blame this little girl for not explaining in advance." Gong Sunling was unmoved. With a faint smile on her face, she threatened in turn, "This little girl has to hurry. Please make way for me. This little girl will be very grateful." Ha 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 ha. Seeing that Gong Sunling dared to threaten so many of his masters in turn, the handsome young master suddenly laughed, and the surrounding cultivators who surrounded Gong Sunling also laughed, and the sound of laughter became one. The consequences are very serious? How serious? After the handsome young man finished laughing, he said in a joking manner, "I don't believe it." After that, he slightly tilted his head in a direction. An expert at the peak of Golden Immortal came out of the crowd and walked in front of Gong Sunling. "Fairy Lu Yun really won't shed a tear until she sees the coffin." The handsome young man ordered the follower at the peak of Golden Immortal, "Take her down! Don't hurt her." Chapter 2540. Yes, young master. The servant at the peak of the Golden Immortal stage bowed to the young master who gave the order, and then turned to face Gong Sunling. However, before he could make a move, Gong Sunling's fist had already blasted towards his face with the sound of the wind. The Golden Immortal servant was startled, and then became furious. With a ferocious smile on his face, he raised his fist and blasted it towards Gong Sunling's fist. Boom! There was a dull sound of fists colliding. Next, a strong figure seemed to have suddenly grown wings and quickly flew in the opposite direction of the servant. The servant screamed, but only managed to make half a sound before it was stuffed back into his throat by the surging fist force. While he was still in the air, the parts of the Golden Immortal servant's body began to disintegrate, as if being melted by the high temperature caused by high-speed friction. When he flew to a certain distance, his whole body disappeared into thin air, leaving no trace. Gong Sunling patted her slender hands calmly, as if she was very dissatisfied with the contact between her hands and the opponent's fist. She shook her hands a few times in disgust, and then her expression returned to normal, including the handsome young master. All the experts who had appeared were dumbfounded when they saw what had happened just now. It should be known that although the servant's cultivation was very poor, he was at the peak of the Golden Immortal stage. Gong Sunling was only at the early Golden Immortal stage, but she actually made an opponent who was several times stronger than her disappear into thin air with one punch. How was that possible? The geographical map of Mountain River really lives up to its reputation. The erratic voice appeared again, forcibly pulling all the cultivators back from the shock. "Fairy Lu Yin, since you are so stubborn, then don't blame us for bullying the weak. You speak as if you are so righteous when you come to rob the geographical map of Mountain River." Gong Sunling sneered. "If you want to be a robber, then be a robber. This kind of hypocritical behavior is even worse than a little thief in the mortal world." As soon as Gong Sunling's voice fell, the opponent immediately heard a surging sound of a zither. The sound of the zither was very strange. It was able to stir up the blood essence of all the cultivators. After listening to just a few notes, the group of perfected Golden Immortals showed signs of blushing. Zhou Xianying had made a move. The other party wanted the Mountain River geographical map. They were even inferior to the Zhao family. At least the Zhao family knew to use Heavenly King Li's pagoda in exchange. Regardless of their sincerity, they had at least put on an act. These guys didn't even bother to put on an act. Naturally, Zhou Xianying wasn't in a good mood and directly attacked. Although Madame Bai and the others were not in the Mountain River geographical map, there was an additional Neza who was healing. The power of the geographical map of mountains and rivers increased instead of decreasing. If the geographical map of mountains and rivers couldn't handle it, wouldn't there be Neza? As soon as Zhou Xianying made her move, Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, and Tao Junkie immediately attacked together. Each took out the most powerful attack means, and took the initiative to attack the surrounding enemies who were superior in number and cultivation. The other party really didn't expect that in this situation, Yang Chen's women would dare to take the initiative to attack, and for a moment they were in a panic. When they finally stabilized their position, they found that in such a short time, 4 of their Golden Immortal companions had been killed by the 4 women. Gao Yu and the others were staring at these Golden Immortal opponents. The 4 women above the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal level did not have the confidence to kill them with one blow, so it was more appropriate to kill such confident opponents. The handsome man was furious. He waved his hand and ordered, "Kill them all." The men who had stabilized their position no longer had any scruples. They took out their magic weapons and attacked Gong Sunling. So far, although Gao Yu and the others had all participated in the attack, Gao Yu, Tao Junqi, and Zhou Xianying did not directly appear. Instead, they began to attack in the Mountain River geographical map with the power of the map. Only Gong Sunling appeared. In the face of a group attack, Gong Sunling did not even dodge. She just looked for her opponent and superimposed the attack power of the 4 women and the Mountain River geographical map to attack the opponent. As for the opponent's attacks, as soon as they were 3 feet away from Gong Sunling, they would be automatically received by the Mountain River geographical map, and then all the attacks would be distributed to the tens of billions of cultivators in the map according to their cultivation. After killing 4 golden immortal opponents in a row, Gong Sunling was about to attack the 5th one. Suddenly, the 3rd primordial spirit of the Mountain River geographical map spirit, Yangqin, gave a warning. Gong Sunling stopped attacking at the critical moment and defended with all her strength. Boom! 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 Dozens of collisions sounded one after another. Although Gong Sunling's Mountain River geographical map had 2 complete realms and an imperfect immortal realm, under such crazy space collisions, the Mountain River geographical map still showed a scene of mountains collapsing and the earth cracking. The opponents did not know how many experts were hidden. Only some golden immortals and Zenith Heaven golden immortals came out. In order to attract the attention of Gong Sunling and the others, the real attack was the joint attack of dozens of Tribulation True Immortals using super-large space magic weapons. All of them were experts at the Tribulation True Immortal Realm. Compared with Gong Sunling, who was at the Golden Immortal Realm, they were at least 2 realms higher. The magic weapons they used were all powerful space magic weapons. Under the collision, Gong Sunling, whose cultivation was still low, suffered a great loss. Countless spaces in the Demon Realm and the Demon Realm collapsed, and the entire 3 realms began to shake violently, as if the strongest earthquake had occurred at the same time. The violent movement had just quieted down, and then the second collision came again. Only then did Gong Sunling find that the opponents had taken advantage of the entanglement just now to set up a spirit-locking formation here to trap her firmly. No matter how she tried to escape, she could not escape the guidance of the spirit-locking formation. Moreover, the opponent's attacks all relied on the direction of the spirit-locking formation, so there was no way to avoid it. Boom! 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 There was another crash, and the Mountain River geographical map was in a mess. However, the opponent's experts did not fare well either. After all, it was 2 complete realms. The counterforce almost broke half of the super-large space magic weapons in their hands. Don't feel sorry for these few space magic weapons. Think about the power in your hands when you get the Mountain River geographical map. The ethereal voice appeared again at this moment. It seemed to be persuading his companions who attacked and reminding them of the benefits they were about to get. The group of experts also felt that it was reasonable. Without thinking, they launched the 3rd collision, followed by the 4th. The loss of their own space magic weapons was really nothing compared to the Mountain River geographical map that they were about to get. Damn it, are you done? After several consecutive collisions, even Yangqin, who was quietly refining elixirs in the Mountain River geographical map, could not keep calm. How could he continue to refine elixirs in such a situation? Yangqin could only stop the operation of refining elixirs and shouted at the sky, "You don't even give me time to refine a furnace of elixirs. Are you so anxious to be reincarnated?" Chapter 2541. You're right. They're in a hurry to reincarnate, and they're afraid that it'll be too late. Nez's voice came from behind Yangqin, and his words were full of unsuppressed anger. During the 50 years on the Immortal beheading platform, it had been fully proved that Yangqin's reverse alchemy technique had a significant effect on Nez's recovery with the 3-star alchemy furnace. Neza was used to doing this every day and watching his injuries recover bit by bit. This was a rare opportunity for Neza, who had endured for more than 3,000 years but failed to stop his injuries from worsening, to recover his strength. How could he tolerate someone interrupting him? How could a lord who dared to hunt down his own father be intimidated by a few unknown Tom, Dick, and Harry? Previously, Neza ignored their clamor and continued to make alchemy pills with Yang Qin, which showed that he didn't take those guys seriously at all. Unexpectedly, Neza thought that he had given them enough face, so those guys should give way and let Yang Chen's family go. Then everyone would mind their own business, and everything would be fine. Neza had not recovered from his serious injuries, so he didn't want to make the scene too ugly, lest he attracted more powerful masters to chase after him. That was why he ignored them. But these guys really didn't care about their lives. They actually pestered Neza. Neza clearly knew why Yang Chen's family served Neza like this. He was a proud guy, so he didn't think that he would take the initiative to help Yang Chen unless Yang Chen asked him. This was also a way to use up Yang Chen's favor. In this aspect, Neza attached great importance to it, so he wouldn't easily give Yang Chen a chance. Never had he imagined that these fellows would simply take advantage of him and rush to their deaths. No wonder the great god Neza was infuriated. The next moment, Yang Chen's figure came out of the geographical map and stood in front of Gong Sunling. Seeing her husband appear, Gong Sunling smiled at Yang Chen, took 2 steps back, and gave way to her husband. Yang Chen's appearance made those masters who were besieging Gong Sunling stop temporarily. In their opinion, Yang Chen avoided them before and immediately appeared after Gong Sunling was attacked several times. This was a sign of submission. To be honest, colliding with Gong Sunling's space caused them great losses. Their super space magic treasures didn't come out of thin air, but they had been painstakingly refined for thousands of years. They collided with Gong Sunling and broke bit by bit. Even though these guys looked very determined when they attacked, as if they didn't care, their hearts were still bleeding. Yang Chen's appearance showed that Yang Chen had already admitted defeat. If he could get the Mountain River geographical map by peaceful means, who would be willing to use their own space magic weapon to completely destroy it? Master Yang, you've finally shown up. The erratic voice sounded again. The 3 words Grandmaster Yang were said with extreme mockery. The deep contempt in the words was not concealed at all. What? Grandmaster Yang is planning to give up the Mountain River geographical map. I'm refining a furnace of elixirs. Can't you even wait for a furnace of elixirs? A group of masters besieged Gong Sunling, but no one showed up. Only dozens of golden immortals and Zenith Heaven golden immortal servants surrounded Gong Sunling under the leadership of an infinite tribulation true immortal. This made Yang Chen very unhappy. He nodded and asked, "Are you so anxious that you don't even want to live a little longer for a furnace of elixirs? You're so arrogant at such a young age." Hearing Yang Chen's words, the enemies, whether they showed up or not, were all filled with anger. The erratic voice sneered. "It seems that Master Yang has something to rely on. You don't take us old guys seriously, but it's useless. Boy, you're going to die today." The erratic voice sounded again. The voice came from the front, the back, the left, and the right. It was impossible to tell where his real body was. The sneer was full of disdain. "Today, even if the God of Heaven comes, it's useless. You're going to die, and your whole family is going to die. Not only your whole family, but also any disciple of Chunyang Palace who ascends to the immortal realm in the future. We'll kill him as soon as possible. This is the disaster caused by your shameless boasting today. I don't have the God of Heaven to rely on." An indescribable expression appeared on Yang Chen's face, and there was also a sneer in his tone. "However, I do know a son of the God of Heaven. I wonder if I can ask for a favor from you?" The son of the God of Heaven. The group of masters did not understand what it meant. They just thought it was funny and laughed wildly. Even the God of Heaven is useless, and the son of the God of Heaven is even more useless. If you're a backer, the son of the God of Heaven is willing to kowtow 3 times in front of us, and then beg us to spare his life. I can leave a place for him among my servants. It was still the erratic voice that spoke again. "If he serves me well, I don't mind letting him live for a while longer. However, you're still going to die. It doesn't matter who comes." As soon as these words came out, Yang Qin suddenly admired this opponent who had not yet shown his figure. It could be said that he had to give a thumbs up to express his admiration. There was such a master in the immortal realm. It should be known that no one, even the Jade Emperor, Heavenly Kingly, and the entire Heavenly Court, dared to speak to Neza like this. Maybe the Tao ancestor dared, who knew? But there was such a brave guy in front of him. He said such words in front of Neza, who had not yet appeared behind Yang Qin. It was hard for Yang Qin not to admire him. "Senior, this has nothing to do with me." Yang Qin suddenly raised his hands to express his innocence. After being familiar with Neza, he could now address himself as himself, and did not have to keep calling himself a junior all the time. "I was just telling the truth. I didn't say anything else." What Yang Qin said was indeed the truth. He was indeed telling the truth, because Neza was indeed the son of a heavenly king, the third son of pagoda-bearing Heavenly Kingly. If he was not the son of a heavenly king, then what was he? But Yang Qin knew this was the truth, and those enemies did not. They thought that Yang Qin wanted to beg for mercy, thinking that he had already won. Why would they care about what he said? They had already found out about Yang Qin's background. His biggest backer, Zhou Tianjun, did not appear at all. As long as they killed Yang Qin, who would know that they were the ones who did it? At this time, taking advantage of others was supposed to be the pleasure of the victor. Who knew that there would be a disaster? "I am his backer, the son of the god of heaven." A faint voice came from behind Yang Qin, instantly attracting the attention of all the cultivators. Chapter 2542. A young man, who looked a little immature, appeared in front of everyone. He was wearing a robe with lotus patterns, and there were lotus leaf decorations on his collar, cuffs, belt, and trousers. A red ribbon was loosely wrapped around his arms, and a golden ring was slanted on his left shoulder and right chest. He held a long spear in his right hand, which was behind his back, and had a slight smile on his face. The one who just spoke. Neza turned his face in a certain direction with a smile. Looking in that direction, the smile on his face slowly disappeared, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Come out!" All of a sudden, a shout rang out, causing the ears of all the cultivators present to reverberate like a great bell. The few gold immortal slaves with weaker cultivation bases were instantly knocked unconscious by the shout. The Zenith Heaven golden immortals were better off, but they also saw stars and their ears were buzzing. They could not recover for a long time. Here comes another arrogant guy. Is he really tired of living? The handsome child who appeared first was not affected much. His ears just buzzed a few times, and then he returned to normal. He did not know Neza's background, but he was very unhappy with Neza's words. He immediately scolded, "Quickly kowtow and beg for mercy, and I'll spare your life." As soon as he finished speaking, in the direction that Neza was looking at, a figure quickly appeared, rolling and crawling. He rolled towards Neza in an extremely embarrassing manner. When he was about 10 feet away from Neza, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Neza. "Marshal, please spare my life. Marshal, please spare my life." After a series of kowtows, he banged his head on the ground and kept shouting, "Marshal, please spare my life." It seemed that he had recognized Neza's identity and was calling him Marshal Neza's official position. All the practitioners present, except Neza and Yang Qin's family, were stunned by the sudden appearance of this figure. In particular, when they saw his servile behavior, as if he wanted to kneel down and lick the young man's toes to beg for mercy. They were so shocked that they could not say a word. If it was Yang Qin who kowtowed to beg for mercy, these experts would not be surprised. In the face of so many infinite tribulation true immortals, it was normal for a few golden immortal juniors to kowtow to beg for mercy. If Yang Qin kowtowed to them, they could comfortably receive Yang Qin's magic treasures and wealth, and then find ways to kill Yangqin, and conveniently take Yang Chen's beautiful wives and concubines as human cauldrons. They could enjoy themselves whenever they wanted. It should be known that they were acting under the leadership of a real, peerless master. Originally, everyone was on guard against Zhou Tianjun. This top expert was meant to deal with Zhou Tianjun's biggest spy. Once Zhou Tianjun appeared, the top expert would be able to restrain him. With so many experts swarming over, even Zhou Tianjun would have to suffer a grievance. However, now even rolling and crawling out to kowtow to the other party happened to be the master that they had always thought was the biggest reliance. He kept kowtowing and kept asking for mercy. It was clearly what the handsome young master wanted Yangqin to do before. All the experts who showed up and hid in the dark felt chills all over their bodies. Those who did not know Neza's identity and those who did not recognize him were all confused. Although they did not know who Neza was, they knew that this was a serious matter when they saw their biggest support was behaving like that. They were stunned and suddenly did not know whether they should run or stay. Although they didn't know who Neza was, they knew that they were in big trouble when they saw how their biggest backer was behaving. They were stunned and didn't know whether they should run or stay. Although they did not know who Neza was, they knew that this was a serious matter when they saw their biggest support was behaving like that. They were stunned and suddenly did not know whether they should run or stay. Staying here was obviously a stupid move. Didn't they see that their biggest support was begging for mercy? As soon as they moved, the others were also affected and fled in all directions. Neza did not even look at those who were running away. He just glanced around coldly. Wherever he looked, a few more figures appeared in the void, and they also hurriedly crawled to a place not far away from Neza. They didn't do anything, and they just kowtowed to Neza crazily while begging for mercy from the marshal. It seems that I'm really a tiger that has fallen to the plains. Neza sneered at the guys who were kowtowing and said, "Look, some guys dared to leave before I said anything. Am I really useless as the son of a heavenly king? We'll do it now. We'll do it now." The guy who first crawled out and kowtowed hurriedly shouted. After kowtowing with all his strength, his figure flashed and disappeared. The other guys who were kowtowing also hurriedly kowtowed hard and disappeared as well. After a while, there was a loud bang from several directions, as if there was a fierce battle going on there. But Neza ignored those voices. He took 2 steps forward and looked around. Yang Chen immediately made a jade table with great eyesight. Gong Sanling smiled and put on the wine and dishes and waited on Neza to drink. After a while, the guys who had just disappeared quickly returned. Each of them brought along the corpses of their fleeing companions. Not a single one was spared. After putting down the corpses, they respectfully knelt not far from Neza and quietly waited for his order. Who was the one who wanted me to kowtow and beg to be his slave? After drinking a cup of wine, Neza suddenly thought of something and asked, "Do you want to do it yourself, or do you want me to do it?" "Thank you, Marshal. Thank you, Marshal." Hearing Neza's words, the first one who crawled out seemed to have heard some heavenly music. He kowtowed to Neza 9 times in a row, then knelt down and stabbed his natal flying sword into his head before falling down softly. Watching their biggest backer commit suicide, the other Infinite Tribulation true immortals knelt on the spot and did not dare to move. Their foreheads were full of cold sweat. "I still need a few slaves to plant herbs and keep the fire." As soon as Neza said that, the Infinite Tribulation true immortals quickly kowtowed and said, "Master, I'm willing, I'm willing." "Senior, Ling's geographical map of mountains and rivers has been damaged a lot." At this time, Yangqin seemed to be chatting and said, "If you want to repair it, you need a lot of space magic weapons." "We'll pay for it. We'll pay for it." The guys who had just kowtowed to Neza answered hurriedly. They quickly took out several space magic treasures and gave them to Neza. Not only that, they also found some Qiankuan bags from the corpses they brought back and gave them to Gong Sanling. "You disturbed our alchemy." Neza drank a cup of wine and stood up. He shook his head and complained discontentedly, "A good cauldron of alchemy is wasted just like that." I told you that my husband is refining alchemy. If you disturb him, the consequences will be serious. Gong Sunling also joked. See, I didn't lie to you. Chapter 2543. At this time, those innumerable tribulation true immortals, who used to play with Gong Sunling like a mouse, did not dare to answer Gong Sunling's words. They all lowered their heads and did not even dare to breathe loudly. They were even more obedient than their disciples. If Yang Chen and the others could read their minds, they would definitely find that they were full of remorse. If they had known that Yang Chen had Neza with him, they would not have dared to stop him. Those newcomers and some low-level guys did not have the chance to see Neza's power at all. Even they had only heard about it and had never seen Neza fight. If Neza really fought, sometimes it would not be a matter of whether they wanted to die or not, but whether they could die or not. Even their families and sect would be implicated. Neza had been all-powerful in the immortal realm for many years. He was a lawless lord who even dared to kill his own heavenly emperor. How could it be a big deal for him to kill a few practitioners and destroy a few sect? Why did the guy with the strongest cultivation feel as if he had been pardoned when he heard Neza's question? He was about to die, but he still had to thank Neza for his mercy. How could his fierce reputation be created by the death of one or two people? Obviously, he was the most ferocious killing machine. Neza's fierce reputation was so widespread that when he showed up and expressed his dissatisfaction, those guys who recognized him hurriedly killed their companions who had escaped to please Neza. Yang Chen saw very clearly that none of the guys who escaped could walk away, and all of them were dead over there. The handsome, true, immortal child, who had arrogantly wanted to take Gong Sunling as his wife, was lying there with a pair of dead fish eyes. His heart had been pierced by some magic weapon. Why bother? Yang Chen shook his head and sighed. He could not help but envy Neza's fierce reputation. Neza did not even do it himself and asked his opponents to commit suicide. The one who committed suicide was grateful to Neza before he died. Compared to the great god Neza, he was indeed far inferior. Now that he thought about it, Yang Chen realized how lucky he was to be able to block Neza's 3 attacks. At that time, Neza was at least 100 times weaker than he was now. Furthermore, he was in the capital of the heavenly court, so he had to be wary of attacking. He might even be wary of Big Brother Li Cheng in the Mountain River geographical map. That was why he was lucky enough to survive. It seemed that he was really lucky. There were probably only a few people in the entire immortal world who could live so comfortably after facing Neza, but he was one of them. Just this alone was enough for Yang Chen to be proud for many years. Senior, shall we go back and start again? Yang Chen shook his head to get rid of these messy thoughts from his mind. Then he said to Neza, I was disturbed just now and failed at the last step. I have to start over. Neza grunted, but his gaze swept across the few subordinates who had just surrendered. Neza's gaze swept across the few infinite tribulation, true immortal servants, and they all felt their hearts skip a beat. They happened to be the ones who disturbed Yang Chen's alchemy just now. If Neza pursued this matter, they would not be able to bear the consequences. If they had known this earlier, they would have waited obediently at the beginning when Gong Sunling told them to, and they would not have ended up in such a mess now. But none of them dared to show any dissatisfaction. If they still wanted to go back on their words at this time, they would really be tired of living. There are also some annoying bugs following us. Neza stood up and said, unhappily, I hate bugs. While speaking, Neza grabbed the red armillary sash floating beside his arm with one hand. At this time, Yang Chen and the girls found that the top of the red armillary sash had floated on the ground. But now, it was definitely not as simple as the red armillary sash floating on the ground. Neza stretched out his hand and pulled gently, and a long red shadow was pulled out from the ground. Seeing this, how could Yang Chen not know that even if those who had escaped were not chased by their companions, none of them could escape? Neza had already used the red armillary sash to seal the surrounding space, and it was simply a joke to escape from Neza's red armillary sash. Those who were being hunted down were one thing, but there was another group of cultivators that were being hunted down. Even though Yangqin knew that many people must be chasing him, he was still shocked when the red armillary sash quickly brought back hundreds of cultivators who were tied up from the ground. All those who were chasing Yangqin were far behind Yangqin. Yangqin was busy healing Neza, so he did not pay much attention to what was behind him. What's more, Yangqin did not think that he would stop after knowing that those cultivators were being chased, so he let them go. But Neza just stretched out his hand gently, and these experts, whose cultivation was at least at the peak of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, were tied up like dumplings and brought to Yangqin. Every one of them was several times stronger than Yangqin at his peak in his previous life. But at this moment, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. When they were chasing Yangqin, they were suddenly wrapped up by a red shadow that came out of nowhere and could not escape. These experts realized that something was wrong. When he was pulled in front of Yangqin, this feeling was even worse. However, when they saw one end of the red shadow in Neza's hand and saw the image of Neza, at least half of these tracking experts began to tremble. The remaining half did not tremble because they did not recognize who Neza was at all. At this moment, countless masters hated that they could not directly dismember themselves from a quarter of an hour ago. Why did they want to get some illusory benefits from Yangqin if they were not so greedy, or if the forces behind them were not so greedy? How could they have met this god of death? I hate sneaky bugs, Neza said very rudely. Although I used to be a bug that didn't dare to see the sun, I still hate it. Neza must be talking about the experience when he secretly hid on the Immortal beheading platform. Since Neza said so, it was obvious that he was quite unhappy with his experience. At this time, Yangqin did not dare to say anything. He would let Neza do whatever he wanted. The next moment, the red armillary sash began to tighten crazily. Hundreds of experts who were tied up were bleeding crazily, but they could not even struggle. There's so much blood, don't waste it. Yangqin did not feel uneasy watching Neza kill people at all. Instead, he took out the blood demon vine flying sword and absorbed the blood squeezed out by Neza like juice.